actually gone live. Took me long enough. Sorry for the delay, folks. Let's get that heart out of the chat. The only thing that I can't do in advance. Get that heart out of the chat. I hope everybody is well today. Alright, folks. Go move that over to my other screen. I'm not running the camera today because yesterday, later in the stream, I started getting some stuttering in the production. I feel like you guys deserve to not have that. Diz, welcome.
Invat 3 Right Eyes said, "Howdy RP."
Hope you're having a good evening, Diz. I got a late start today. Had a update just before I went live. And you know I need to reboot after the update. And then I had a phone call. I always want to get your stuff taken care of.
Invat 3 Right Eyes said, "I'm good RP, chilling, playing Schedule 1 again OFC."
I should start calling you Walter White. Alright, my share is done. Gonna pin my link.
The RP Games said. https://givesnjo.com/gg/mark/UTM_share link /UTM_medium=sign campaign=GGJune. Invat3 Right Eyes said. I made a new character, but he
Samuel
will only
L.
sell plain old
Crackstone.
devil's lettuce. Invat3 Right Eyes said. The character name is Samuel L. Crackstone.
Samuel L. Crackstone. Does he have a wallet that says Mother Lover on it?
Invat3 Right Eyes said. Face green smiling, face green smiling, face green smiling. Invat3 Right Eyes said. Oh gosh, I would love that.
Lillian Hart, what are you doing here?
You one of Sam's constellation people? Lillian Hart. He probably never mentioned me. I mean, I try not to talk about him, so... Oh, I'm sorry. That was a terrible thing to say. Cora's mother, Sam's ex.
Invat3
God,
Right
I'm
Eyes
rambling.
said.
Look,
I
don't
made
know
him
who
look
I should
like
speak
Sam
to
when he
about
plays
this,
the old guy with
but
bald top.
Cora and I talked.
Invat3
and
Right
she's
Eyes
coming to live with me.
said. And hair on the side, like in Django.
That's a generous offer. But I've wanted more time with my daughter for years. Not under circumstances like this. But it's best she's with family. We'll be leaving soon. So say your goodbyes to her, if you like.
Hi. It's my dad. I just can't. And so many people. Huh. Are we supposed to feel better? Just because we're all in one place? What's the point? It's not going to change anything. Every day is going to be worse now. Don't you get that? I want to be alone for a while, okay?
I cannot get through to that girl. Sam was not the one I wanted to die.
Constellation is no stranger to loss. Our own founder left on an expedition and never returned. It is easy to talk about the glory and excitement of breaching into the unknown, of lighting the darkness. But it is harder to stare into the face of the cost. That all of our progress is built on top of the lives of those who dared. And that we owe them the courage to continue our work in their memory.
Thank you, Sarah. If anyone else would like to say a few words. Thank you. If anyone else wants to say something.
I thought maybe I would come up with something to say, but I've got nothing. So instead, I thought I would quote something that gave me comfort a long time ago. Is God real?
Invad 3 right
The
eyes.
more proper question
Said.
would be, is
See, the game
reality
doesn't have
divine?
crackstone yet, but when it does,
Existence itself
Sam will be
is a
in
mystery
business.
which yearns to be uncovered. What is goodness but
Is that going to be a
comparison
DLC,
to
Diz?
good? What is existence but a participation in being? For where the diversity of the universe inspires awe and wonder, it exists only in contrast to a simplicity so pure that it may only be understood as primordial and even divine. Our essence is what was imagined by its mind, but what we consider imagining and what we consider mind are in fact so far beyond our understanding that even these metaphors are like the tiny whitecaps on a massive searching sea. There's more, but those are the parts that speak to me the most. Thank you.
That was really thoughtful, Mateo. Thank you.
Invad 3 right
Does anyone
eyes.
else want to say anything?
Said. The dev brings out 3 or 4 cool new features like that every month, and he will add a voting system in the menu for us to vote us what we want next.
Oh, nice. I get it. That's cool.
I don't often speak about what I believe. It seems so redundant with how I live. But death is one of those occasions where it's hard not to look at one. Our friend is gone. There's no afterlife, or second meetings. No God in heaven that is curating a perfect ending. So it's up to us. We are what lives on. If the pain of loss inspires us to greater action, then that is the good.
Invad 3 right eyes. Said. The game is sort of a logistics game.
Humanity is what truly creates our world. We are the ones that judge things to be good or evil, joyful or mournful. Let us take responsibility for it. Let us remember what we have lost.
Walter, are you part of the House of Enlightenment? I never knew that.
Invad 3 right eyes.
Yes, well,
Said.
I
You have
like
to
to
set
keep
up
some things
routines
private.
for your workers to run your factories, grow crops, dry it to improve quality.
Help if I turned off the starting soon part, huh? I'm such a shit streamer.
You all might not like
Invad 3 right eyes.
but when we
Said.
die,
You order new
everything
supplies
about
for
us
them,
breaks down.
and they transport the supplies to the routes you set for
It's
them in the
eaten up by
factory.
insects and microbes. Or due to the lack of a biosphere, we are simply carried away by space and time until we sizzle in a distant sun's corona or get pulled in some gravitational field and coalesce with other debris. Not comforting, huh?
Invad 3 right eyes.
But I disagree.
Said.
Do you know
How
what
does
I find
WT's
uncomfortable?
BTW?
The thought that after I die, the universe
It depends on the flavor, of course, but they're comparable to other energy drinks. So if you've got an energy drink that you like, look for the flavor profile in the menu that you think you'll like most, and you're gonna find it's definitely worth a try.
Not because it's evil, but because it's infinite. Ever
In vat
expanding.
3 right eyes.
And who wouldn't
Said.
want to be a part of
Taste
infinity?
asterisk.
It's just for a short
it
while.
was close enough that the
Listen,
voice bot
we don't worry about
got it
this
for you.
before we were born, do we? Of course not.
00
We emerged
core.
from the universe as we
Said.
return to it.
Hello Rob.
Oh, Zero, welcome aboard.
00 core.
Yes,
Said.
that certainly was.
Hello everyone, hello
interesting
Diz.
perspective there.
Andresia's not going to speak.
My boy. I've lost my boy.
In vat 3 right eyes. Said. I like original flavs most of the time. Like I don't like when they bring out different flavs.
All I ever wanted to
It gets
do was
very
protect him.
sour tasting then.
No, he was out the door as soon as he could.
In vat 3
Away from
right
his
eyes.
mother, away from
Said.
Aquila.
Howdy 0 Kuda core. 00 core. Said. Wow, she ignored my messages.
She ignored your messages. Well, depending on where you put them, I only see you saying hello in YouTube and you saying she ignored you in pardon me, Twitch. So a message you posted may have been lost.
How are you holding up?
00 core. Said. When I said hello, she didn't read it here in YouTube.
Take some time for yourself, okay? Plenty of rooms to sit down in if you need to be alone for a while.
I'm pretty sure she read it. I heard you say hello,
Like everything's falling
and I said hello back.
But that's why we need to stick together. We all have to get through this our own way. Don't worry about me. Really, I'll be fine. When you have a moment, I'd like to speak to you.
Gotta give that kid another chance.
Zero core. Said. Oh, I guess I didn't hear
I
you
don't
then.
really feel
I
like
honestly
talking.
thought she didn't read it. LOL.
Everyone is in mourning. I understand, but I cannot quite share in their emotion. I have seen death. I have lost people I considered close. But this is... It is not the same. I cannot explain why. I am not sure I am making sense. Thank you.
Drink? Pour one out to the blackest sea?
00 core. Said. Why does Andrija suddenly look like she is in her 50s?
Two old friends. May
Be-
their ghosts
you-
go past the
they
edges
made
of
her
space to the great beyond.
a pale blonde.
Aye.
Oh, Sam.
Invad 3 Right Eyes said. I'm listening. Kenny Rogers. The Gambler Face Turquoise Music Note. 00 Core. Said.
Gamblers.
Oh okay, so part of the mod you're running. Okay, cool.
Gamblers, good album.
You know, what you're feeling right now is a chemical reaction whose evolutionary goal is promoting social cohesion. It never seems to work for me. No matter how many times I do this, I feel less attached, not more. I wrote the book on them. The 10 Stages of Grief by A. Barrett. Step 1 used to be have a drink. But nowadays I settle on a good chocolate bar. You know, if there's one piece of advice I can actually give you,
I've been to a lot of
lost loved
funerals
ones
myself.
have a way of coming back to you.
Invat
One
3
day
Right
you'll be
Eyes
sweeping out some old
said.
shelf or digging
I
through
will
a
have to
desk
listen
and
to the
there
whole
you'll
album.
be. Some old paperweight of theirs, or a piece of jewelry they gave you, half jokingly, theoretically, of course. Yeah, exactly.
I hate making friends
Dusty.
with
Let's
Barrett
talk.
by accident.
Chat for a bit? Normally, I hate talking to people at funerals, but no. You don't believe in the afterlife, do you? I mean, this might be the worst time to bring it up, but... You're a member of the House of Enlightenment? Funny. We've worked together all this time, and I never thought to ask. I suppose you might think I joined because it lets me off the moral conundrum of having a god count my credits when I die. But the truth is, I believe in an individual's place to make a difference. What is wealth if you can't do something with it? What is free will if we don't ultimately answer to ourselves? Well, I've taken up enough of your time.
It almost feels wrong to be grieving. Selfish. No amount of tears will bring the dead back. It's just easier to feel guilty.
No,
If you'll
guilt.
excuse
Guilt is me not rushing to the eye to save him.
I hope this is all
Zero
okay.
Zero Core.
Between fixing things
Said.
up and sending
What's
out
sad is when
messengers
your
and getting all the
11-year-old
paperwork done.
child is already so numb to
It's not
people and
much.
pets dying around them they say oh that's sad when you tell them a family member has died. 00 Core said. But then everyone responds differently to loses.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, if I talk any longer, I'm gonna start crying. Could you excuse me?
00 Core said. Losses asterisk.
I am told these types of gatherings are a sad vacation. That assumption appears to be correct. No, I don't. I'm programmed to analyze sensory and biometric data, so I can cross-reference. But I do not feel as you seem to imply.
Ah.
I appreciate you verifying my analysis, although I am certain my thanks will do little to improve your current psychological trauma. If you would like, though, I can add some consoling language to my programming. Very well.
Yeah, the last thing I want is for you to wander around the house consoling people with that robotic voice.
A loss is always hard. Constellation will get through this together. Like always.
You said you wanted to talk to me.
Take care of yourself.
Is that all you wanted to say? Why is there a picture of a random Twi'lek here? You said you wanted to talk to me.
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me.
You want to talk to me, but not now. Gotcha. Okay. Let's see where we're going. We have to find that last biosensor. I don't think that's in this district. I think it's in the next district. I've had wellness added.
00 Core said, I want to talk to you. Tries talking to her. I'm okay, I'll be fine. LOL.
Ah, the person who has the sensor is outside her building.
I'm afraid, due to recent legislative action, I'm no longer able to allocate ships. I can, however, deal in general goods. Who, Jordan? That kid's in here every other day with some random thing he found. Trying to get credits. Yeah, I took pity on him. Why, what is it? I'm wondering why you'd come looking for it. Oh, really? Well, you can have it back for what I paid for it, plus a little extra. Let's call it a convenience fee, shall we? I could, but I did pay for it, and I need extra compensation for my time wasted. I could also call over some stormtroopers and you can explain the situation to them. You did say this was important after all. Honestly, it's probably worth way more than what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
doing business with you.
pay for it because
As far as I know, everything was delivered on time and
I don't know how to get into her building.
I don't mean to be pushy, but I really do need those sensors, and quickly. If it isn't my favorite almost a lab assistant, what can I do for you? So you do. Wonderful. I'll just take these.
I've only spent the last, like, 2 or 3 months roaming the galaxy.
Data. Give it a moment. And just another moment. It is working, isn't it? Ah, there it is. Relief.
What?
Now, let's see. This is... Well, it's... Oh my. Well, There's good news and bad news.
The good news is that my suspicions were correct. There is something wrong. I will report my findings to the team immediately, with no small amount of satisfaction. The phrase, "I told you so," may even be uttered more than once. Twice. 3 times, maybe.
Yes, it does feel good to be right. Particularly when others have attempted to convince you otherwise. Repeatedly.
The bad news, as it were, is that the internal composition of the lower levels is changing. In this particular case, there are ultra-low frequency seismic waves in this area. They're nearly imperceptible now, but they're growing in strength.
Oh, wonderful.
This is something we've never observed.
What does that mean?
Depending on how large these waves grow, the consequences for Coruscant would be disastrous. I must consult with my colleagues at once. This is dire news. Dire, dire news. Thank you for your assistance. I hope these credits are adequate compensation.
Well, there you go. I'm so glad that you could tell your colleagues I told you so. It's telling me to go over this way to talk to Sarah. That must mean she went back to the ship. Which is, of course, awesome. No, she's in a commercial district? Why would she have gone to the commercial district? What are you up to, Sarah Morgan? She wasn't at the commercial district. She was at the ship. I'm just being a chaos agent at that point. Y'all can get scanned by that ramp if you want to. Why is Andresia still at the lodge? She was my companion. Did she stop being my companion because of the funeral?
Zero Core said, "Well, time to wake and bake once my coffee is made." I'm still waking up. I had just woke up when I got here.
Understood. Friday's one of my early days, so I get up real early in the morning. I can't believe that we didn't have the option of talking Cora into staying with us. Now I have to search for Andreja. Look at her sleeping peacefully, like a baby.
Did you need something? I look forward to it.
Normally, Cora's room is downstairs. So if she didn't leave, she would be here. Anytime I see a box full of credits, I will take that. There she is.
People joke, say those Sith zealots worship a snake. But let me tell you, it ain't a snake. It's some kind of celestial being. They call it the Emperor. Is it real? Hell if I know.
Oh, there's the tree guy. I'm sure he's very excited.
00 Core said, "Tree guy? Huh?"
The guy who gave me the tree grows in Imperial Center mission.
"00 Core said, "Oh, okay."
Getting scanned is for suckers.
What will be our next course of action?
Well, we're gonna go become pirates. But first, Sarah wanted me to talk to her.
Can I help? Forgive me for pulling you aside again, but, well, there's so much to process right now. The emissary, the hunter, the unity, an entire multiverse. I can't even begin to wrap my head around it all. That's an understatement. The fact that we are the origin of the Starborn. Humans literally reborn by entering the Unity. The same, yet different. It's unbelievable. I feel like most of the knowledge we've amassed in the last few centuries about the universe has just been made obsolete. Perhaps I'm overreacting, but you can't deny there will be more than a few textbook chapters that need to be rewritten. We've been pushing further and further outwards from our home, when we should have spent more time being prepared for the consequences. Our current problem relates closely to the nature of humans as a species. This rushed curiosity has led us to enter the Unity and become Starborn. Perhaps, but I don't believe we're ready to deal with the consequences. Here we are, caught in the middle of some sort of needlessly violent crusade between the hunter and the emissary. You'd think that a technologically advanced society would have evolved past petty squabbling over something like the artifacts. It almost makes me wonder if entering the Unity has done them more harm than good.
Oh, it's definitely done them more harm than good.
Oh, absolutely. Their arrival in our universe is much too timely to be for any other reason. It's also clear that the need to collect these artifacts are an obsession for them, almost bordering on an addiction. That leads me to wonder what the Unity has done to their minds and their souls. No, that's not it at all. When you pass into whatever lies beyond, we don't know what will become of you. Will you remember your life as you knew it? Will the hunger to collect the artifacts consume your life like it's clearly consumed the Starborn?
Well, it's already consumed my life on this side of the world between the worlds.
Of course not. I am, and always will be, an explorer at heart. My concern is how fundamental the change will be to ourselves as people. We don't even know if you'll remember anything about this conversation. I'm worried what that will mean between us. I'm just as curious to find out what's on the other side as well. But that's not the point. As the chair of Constellation, I want all of us to have this opportunity to explore the Unity. It would be the pinnacle exploration of our lives. However, after we enter the Unity, we'll likely evolve. You and I, as we stand here right now, will essentially cease to exist. You're a respected colleague, and I wouldn't want to lose you. I'm not sure. I'm guessing based on what we've learned. Even if I accompany you into the Unity, the question still remains. Would we know each other anymore? Even if we did, would we care? Part of what I do as chair of Constellation is weigh the costs of our
This becomes the question.
And this
The Yuuzhan Vong
is extremely high.
are working together. Are they going through
I know. Listen.
the world
I realize
between
nothing
worlds
that I say is ever going
together?
to change your mind or diminish the enticement of this incredible opportunity. All I ask is that you research the facts before you blindly stumble off into the unknown. I don't know if I'm ready to make that leap, but knowing we'd be doing it hand in hand would certainly make it more comforting. Well, I suppose I've ruined the moment again, haven't I? I'm getting quite good at that lately. I'll let you get back to whatever you were doing. Just think what we discussed. I know I will. There's something I need to talk to you about.
You want to talk
Thanks
a
for
lot.
taking time to chat. I really need a friendly ear right about now. I received a message from Constellation, and it's given me a lot to think about. No, it's nothing like that. It's just a list of requests. Things I would normally handle if I was there. But I'm not. I'm out here instead with you. You're not keeping me out here. I am. Just... Here, let me explain. Before I joined Constellation, I served for 8 years in both the Republic and the Empire. I only left because I felt that I had to, but it wasn't easy. I heard rumors about what other units were being forced to do. At first, I didn't believe them.
Didn't believe them. You saw something.
Basically, a military version of Constellation. Yeah, I suppose painful is an appropriate way to put it. I'd like to believe we're still the good guys. War pushes both sides to do what they feel is necessary for survival. I just couldn't be a part of that. At the end of the day, I was in charge, so the blame obviously fell on my shoulders. Seriously? The Colony War, of course. You know, that little incident that caused the death of thousands of decent men and women as they squabbled over border disputes. That war.
Well, it could have been after the Clone War.
Oh, like hell I can't. You once told me that you favored the journey over the destination. So I'm hoping you'll understand what I'm trying to say. I failed because I was more concerned about exploring the stars than pushing a pencil. If I had fought harder, I'm convinced our unit would have been the exception. We would have corrected the Empire and their doings.
No.
That's just it, though. They left me to my own devices, and yet I somehow screwed everything up. Yes, maybe. Call it whatever you want. My drive, my initiative, my optimism. It's been my greatest strength and my worst nightmare. It elevates me to these positions of authority, but all I want to do is explore, not sit and make sure all the accounts are balanced. Yes, exactly. If it's obvious to you, imagine how obvious it is to someone like Barrett or Mateo. Oh, they must be itching to replace me by now. God damn it.
Zero Core.
Oh my God.
Said.
I'm so sorry.
She's lucky she hadn't
Here you
tried
are
to
trying
change
help
the
me, and I'm
Empire
yelling
from
at
within,
you.
or she likely would not have still been
You have
alive.
to understand.
Yeah.
Once Aja retired, I lost the only person that gave a damn. Look, it's clear that you have feelings for me. It's just... I've never had time for this sort of thing in my life. Please, it's not you. It's me. I'm just not ready to get that close. I can't. Not now. But thank you for being there and listening. It helped. It really did.
Yes, I would say that the proper adjustments are being made. The most difficult part has been acclimating to what you perceive as the more insignificant customs.
I love how Andreja just jumps right into a conversation as if it was already underway. All right. Go to Smuggler's Outpost. Find a distress call. Wait a minute. Let me out of this ship.
have
I
never quite
bought her that
treated
Terra
New
Brew.
Atlantis as home. Oh, I suppose I should.
And she wouldn't take it before. That's the girl at the train station who's always talking about meeting up with Tony after her shift's over. I talked to Tony about it. He's not expecting to meet with her. Where are you at, Donna? You mopping the floor again? There you are.
One day, I'm gonna leave New Atlantis for good.
Not on your salary, you won't.
Another day, another credit.
See, it won't let me deliver it.
Sometimes I wonder if me and my boyfriend spend too much money on Terra Brew. But somebody's gotta drink it, right? Tony and I want to see what else is out there. I love my job, but there has to be more to life than just being a janitor in New Atlantis. What about you? Have you gone on any adventures? Whoa. I have no idea what that means, but
Don!
that sounds
Don Goff.
really important.
Welcome
Said,
aboard.
I'll keep
Hey,
my eyes
RP.
peeled for any artifacts, okay? Well, that depends. Are you a foodie or a shopper? If that's the case, you have a lot of options here in New Atlantis. Dawn's Roost is probably the fanciest. They have great steaks there. But I'll be honest, I'm more of a chunks girl, and my boyfriend and I can't get enough of Terra Brew.
It won't
Don't be a stranger.
let me deliver her Terra
Wee-woo.
Brew.
Said, what is this?
Hey, wee woo, this is a game called Star Wars Genesis. It's total conversion mod.
Don Goff. Said, hi wheel you.
For Starfield.
Wee woo. Said, hello. What is this? Is this a mod to something?
It is. It's
Zero,
a
zero,
total
four.
conversion mod for
Said,
Starfield
hello Don.
that
Wee
makes it into a Star Wars story set in the time after the Clone Wars.
Don Goff. Said, hey Zero.
And it does not use the standard Star Wars model, so that you're not going to see Darth Vader or the Emperor, but they do talk about them. And see, there are TIE fighters and X-Wings in the game, but they're not everywhere. You're not going to run into them all the time. And although I know the YT-1300, the Millennium Falcon, is in the game, I haven't run into it yet, or any of that ship yet. There's multiple of them. As soon as I find one on a random planet, I'm going to try and steal one.
Pressure holding. Take off escort.
always preferred the A-Wing.
The A-Wing is stupid fast, but it's small.
Aim point reached. Orbit stable.
And it's kind of a one-trick pony. Alright, I can't go directly there. So let's mark it and see how close I can get. Dantooine is the closest.
Don Goff said, "It's insanely maneuverable."
Well, yeah, it's an interceptor. I might be able to increase my jump range by increasing my fuel. I didn't do that last time I upgraded the ship.
Craft jump successful, just like your lights.
Scan complete. Welcome to Alliance space.
Now we come back over here, mark it, and see how Dathomir is the closest I can get. In fighters, I would say the A-Wing is probably one of the better ones.
Said, "Is it just me or does nearly every planet you go to have a space battle going on above it?"
The Rebel Alliance and the Empire are currently at war. And I can make the last leg of the jump without...
Don Goff said, "And pirates."
Your craft jumps are as majestic as a battle.
And pirates. I have already picked up a TIE fighter.
Don Goff said,
But it's got...
"Shouldn't be tooling around in anything less than a frigate."
This is a fairly large ship.
Such beauty in the midst of nothingness.
Where's Vlad's house? It's up there. This is a pretty big ship. There are people here.
Glad you're in the collective. If you weren't, I would have killed you already. As long as the Empire credits keep rolling in, life's good. Always looking for the next mark.
I would not wish to make too many assumptions about where the credits for all this came from, but it seems that crime does indeed pay.
Yeah, tell me about it. Vlad made a small fortune, huh? Nice place. Now that's a TV. Synth meat ham. No, I don't think I want anything called synth meat. Don't eat the lab-grown meats. Vlad Slate 5. I should probably read them in order.
Paid in full for this little piece of the settled systems to call my own. The pot is starting to boil over back at Constellation with all this work we're doing with the eye, so this might be the last time I set eyes here for a spell. Don't really know if my faith holds
Don
strong
Goff
to Barrett's idea of what
said,
these artifacts are.
like synthahol with no alcohol in it, what's the point?
How did I get here?
Yeah.
A Crimson Fleet Rook turned old man astronomer, arguing with a physicist about what the stars themselves are. How to smile on this life. Owe it all to the
Don
others
Goff
that didn't make
said,
it to keep going.
alcohol is just too easy to make to let someone give you fake whiskey.
I agree. I could definitely get used to living here, though. Okay, that blaster pistol is more accurate. but weighs more and has a slower fire rate. And none of those books have names. Yeah, just happens to have a Mercury camera.
Nobody can stop the shadow collective.
Really, nobody can, huh? I'll keep that in mind. Vlad Slate 2.
Memory's fault comes through on the exact time, but my career in the fleet took a turn as the UC stepped up its efforts. Not the first or last time they tried to wash the bloody tab. Caught a smile being with the crew whose captain took the challenge to play smart. If every breach and storm was a fight to the death, might as well make it for the highest stakes. And why not take the time to learn all the locks and bolts? Crack the systems that held the treasures? Learn the routes between stars that would become the best places to go. I never read so many books in my days as when I was gearing the brain for a heist.
Don Goff said,
Soon enough,
had to replace the battery in my bike today. Dang thing has an intermittent internal short. Couldn't figure it out. Fixed now.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
Zero Core said, in my experience everything that we try to synthesize turns out bad. Diet pop tastes like shit, fake alcohol doesn't taste as good, and so on. I'm sure I can find enough examples to type all day. Zero Core said, LOL. Zero Core said, congrats of fixing the bike, Don. Don Goff said, he sounds like Jeff from that movie Finch.
making me...
Don Goff said, I haven't tried that fake robot pussy, but I'm not thinking it measures up.
Yeah. I'm not in line to try it.
Zero Core said, wow Don wow. Don Goff said, what? Don Goff said, think I'm jumping to conclusions. Zero? Zero Core said, nah, that was just hilarious is all.
That's Don.
Don Goff said, LOL, I'm old, not dead, Roflo.
hope you
Zero
can succeed
Zero
at that
Core
before we are discovered.
said. You would think as often as I say things are hilarious I would know by now that it only has one L in it. But no, I still have to spell check it.
More synth meat. Pure sabak. Flamethrower. You know, for all the things that you need with your flamethrower needs. Exterminator Assassins ABR2. With a large magazine, it only carries 12.
00 Core said. If it was me I would collect all that synth meat then dump it on some enemies that are near some carnivores and sit back to watch the fun lol.
The Mutineer. Space Adept, which means that when you're in space it does more damage. It's a pistol that has a fire rate of 345. That shoots fast.
Perhaps all this does come at a cost. To one's peace of mind, if nothing else.
I don't see another tablet in here. Yeah, I imagine that his peace of mind was definitely affected. I know that there's at least 5 tablets, and I only found 2 of them. A few more hours and it's time to drink, the guy says. Okay, so there's none on the outside. It's a low-gravity planet. There's another one of the tablets.
When my former captain died, I knew my days with the fleet were marching to the cliff's end. I was already considered an old jack-o'-bones, scaring the new rooks on the fact that I was still alive. Grimm's laughing reminder that most of them wouldn't make it to my age. Tossing my youth away on gutting haulers for the fleet was one thing, but watching another generation doing the same, knowing where the end was for them, my mind started clocking hours on the point of it all. And that's when the beauty of the blackest sea started to catch me for the first time. Humanity's jaunt into the stars could use a friendlier meeting than gun and blade. And who could do better good out there than someone who had seen the darkest edges and lived to tip your ear to the tale? When my former captain died, I knew my days with the fleet were marching to the cliff's end. I was already considered an old jack-o'-bones, scaring the new rooks on the fact that I was still...
Yeah, I accidentally hit play.
Grimm's laughing reminder that most of them wouldn't make it to my age. Tossing my youth away on gutting haulers for the fleet was one thing, but watching another generation doing the same, knowing where the end was for them...
3 out of the 5.
My mind started clocking hours on the point of it all. And that's when the beauty of the blackest sea started to catch me for the first time. Humanity's jaunt into the stars could use a friendlier meeting than gun and blade. And who could do better good out there than someone who had seen the darkest edges and lived to tip your ear to the tale?
Where are we going to find the rest of them? I need 1 and 4. They should be on those little stands somewhere out in the house. Pretty sure this is where I got 5 from. So you'd think that 4 would be nearby. Two is downstairs. This feels like there's a whole room that I can't enter.
00 Core said. Rob, what is on the floor next to the end table by the door?
It is a data pad, but it's not one of these. It's just a junk loot data pad.
Zero Core said. Okay, but that is the basic design of what to look for. Okay.
Yeah, it'll look the same basically, except it should be in a little A-shaped frame sideways. I'm very surprised that there's not one like on the desk here. And this is like the end room.
Zero Core said. The fact they are so small doesn't help any either.
No, it doesn't. They quite easily disappear into the environment. I don't think they can be outside, but I don't know. And there are 2 of them missing. There's one of them right now. So this is what they look like when they haven't been found.
First goddamn run I ever pulled was a large cargo freighter, hauling kitchen and cupboard, food and other goods meant for homes. Fine test for a rook back then. Nothing like feeling the key's belly to earn nuts from the old knives. Went knuckle to bone with the freighter's crew straight away. Thought I was just eager to show myself off. Make sure my crew knew I was dangerous, even unarmed. Looking back, think I just wanted to know that I was taking the prize the fair one's way. Give them a chance to fight for it. But even telling yourself you're winning it from someone is a break on a dark road.
Zero Core said. Well, now you know they can be outside.
Stronger. And quiet moments to feel guilt's reflection were easily shattered when you know the UC is always hunting you.
And there's a deck upstairs. And that's number
Made
4.
too many promises to shine light on the details, but I cashed out from the fleet. Bought an old hauler and converted it into a flying traveler's inn. Even named it the Jolly Roger as a bit of history's chuckle.
00 core.
Spotted around the settled
Said.
systems as best we could.
Nice.
Helping the helpless. A safe harbor for anyone who needed it. Eventually retired from that as well. Had too much of the past. Still needed burying. Didn't stop Sarah Morgan from finding me though. In her hunt for one of the historical relics I stole from the UC. Been a part of Constellation ever since. A third life in the making. And one with a mission worth the toil.
I rarely have the patience for that thing.
Get these guns out of my pocket before I run around over encumbered. It's an interesting gun. This was in the base game, this was a much better weapon. Alright, so we've done that. Let's go out to the key. We should be right near there.
Struts retracting. Let's get out of here. Orbital pattern locked in.
Wrong place, wrong time. It's the Mandalorian. Mandalorian!
Yeah, right. Scanning.
We took down their shields! This is so much fun!
Oh, look at my shadow on there. That's why this game, it takes up so much resources in your system.
Grab jump complete.
show up at the key at Mandalore as the Mandalorian. See if anybody says anything.
And we are locked in.
Because when you run into random mercenaries,
But it was 30. Big difference on 40% of 10 versus 30.
You wanted 4K, you got 4K. Not my problem.
If you're stealing from me, you bet your ass it's your problem.
You kidding me? Way to make a mess in front of my new rook.
Hey, steal from me and get caught? Better off dead.
Sounds like you just did the collective a favor. Now toss this body out of an airlock before it turns into a damn air freshener. The hell took you so long? Forget how to hyperspace jump or something? I don't care. Time is money, and you've wasted both. That ends today. Clear? But all that aside, you made it. So now you get to hear a nifty history lesson. Stylus is ready? Good. This floating scrap heap you're standing on is called the Key. Used to be an old Imperial star station, and now it's the Collective's base of operations.
Yep.
Might look a little beat up on the outside, but we keep it together. Wow, thanks, Professor. That's just terribly fascinating. I'll be certain to pass that on to the maintenance crew who have to use baling wire to keep the plating from peeling off.
It is good to know that there is a maintenance crew, but your additional knowledge is appreciated.
Anyway, I'll tell you all about the key, but it's better if I show you too. Follow me.
Hey, I happen to have mastered starship engineering.
So, the key is in orbit around Mandalore. That's the very same ice ball where the Empire built a supermax prison they called the Lock. The Empire is so clever. Supermax prison, lock, key, cute, huh? Now, we've got everything the Collective needs right here. Of course, you've got to pay for it. Remember, on the key, credits are king. What the hell is this?
Alright, hang on, Nev. Before you get pissed, I've got my hands full.
Jasmine, sweetie, I'm trying to give a tour here, so you want to tell me why those damn doors are sealed?
It's called a malfunction. You know, that thing I spend most of my day dealing with. Believe me, my people are on it. Have a little faith for once.
In you? Always shook. This here's Jasmine. You need anything for your ship, she's got you covered. We'll hit up the depot next since these doors have given out on us. So anyway, we were talking about the Lock. Several cycles ago, the prisoners down there rioted and took over the place. After stealing some ships, they were actually able to make it up here and took over the key.
About time you brought us new blood, neighbor. I was getting tired of trading with the same old faces.
You're just ticked that everyone's getting wise to your ridiculous prices, Aludra. Anyway, welcome to the depot, Rook, where you'll be lucky if these nerf herders don't bleed you completely dry.
Whoa. It's not our fault that people don't appreciate how much it costs to get untraceable merchandise onto the key.
Neva's just whining because she thinks she lost a ton of cash selling us a shipment of gear. She should have done her homework.
Yeah, sure. Laugh it up. I'll remember that the next time I need something from you cheapskates. Let's move on. Back to my story. After the liberated prisoners grabbed the key, they established it as a base of operations and began pirating the Outer Rim. That was how the Shadow Collective began. Of course Jasper Cricks had a lot to do with all that. But, we'll get to him later. Rook, meet Zuri, queen of the rare exports.
If I don't have it, you don't need it.
Biotech implants, blueprints. Hit her up and she'll take care of you.
Speaking of which, you still owe me for that last purchase, Neva. It's like 5 figures. Don't make me collect it the hard way.
The hard way. Oh no! Rook, protect me from Zuri's vengeance! Enough of the bullshit, Zuri. I'll pay you when I pay you. Deal with it. Got a problem with that? Take it up with the boss.
I hope
On the
you came
right,
with
you've got
credits.
Radley from the Trade Federation. I'm sure you know the deal there. He'll buy pretty much anything, no matter how high. Then we got our medbay on the left, run by the one and only Samina Mizra. She'll patch you up, if you've got the money. We don't run any free clinics up here, you know? Okay, this is our final stop. Over there, you've got the Last Nova, where Bog serves watered-down drinks at ridiculously exorbitant prices. And right here is the most important place on the entire station. The Reckoner's Corps, run by the incomparable Shinya Voss.
Another new Rook, Neva? I can't believe Gar still lets you recruit given what happened with the last one.
You mean Austin Ray. It's been taken care of, all right? I don't like loose ends, and this Rook is the one who tied it off.
Perhaps next time you'll try to be a bit more
Gee.
discerning regarding your choices.
Welcome aboard.
Far more cost-effective.
Yeah, love you too, darling. Anyway, Shinya handles our lifeblood. The money. We call him our Reckoner. But if you ask me, he's actually a pain in the ass.
And Neva will slit your throat if she thinks you'll bleed creds.
Go to hell, Voss. Take care of our new friend here, or I'll find a way to
Zero
pull the pin
Zero
on that little
Core
party popper in your chest.
said.
Anyway,
Yogimuk
Shinya will get you set up in our system. I've got real work to do. Once you're done, head upstairs and I'll introduce you to the boss.
Time for a proper introduction. I am Shinya Voss, the official reckoner for the Shadow Collective. And since Neva so thoughtfully mentioned it, yes, this is a bomb embedded in my chest. And no, I'll never know the meaning of the word humble. In fact, I find Gar's idea of a security measure to be quite empowering. Glad you approve. Obviously, betrayal isn't taken lightly around here. Since I oversee the bulk of transactions and maintain all accounts for the collective, I'm a prime target for information. Should our
Dima
enemies capture
said,
me or I
fell
grew
asleep
any
in VC,
semblance of
so
a
wanted
moral
say hi
conscience,
before bed.
you might
What you
consider
think
me
Darth
the
Vader in
greatest
Fort?
threat we have. For Gar, the bomb grants peace of mind.
I think he's an incredible companion.
It's been over 5 years since I've stepped off the key. Leaving this place puts far too much at risk. Now, let me get you set up. A moment while I convene with the Corps. Thanks to advanced modifications even biotech would envy, I can interface directly with our mainframe and the intergalactic banking clan network. This allows me to move and clean credits faster and more efficiently than any run-of-the-mill cyber runner. There, you're done. All you need now is Gar's blessing, and you'll be one of us. None. Other than my chest and arm modifications, I am but a simple man. Is the interview over now? Can we get back to work? The perfect segue into my final subject. Thanks to our relations with contacts across the
Dima
galaxy,
said,
we always have
he
a
kept
steady
calling
stream of
Arcane the
jobs
imposter
available.
cuz he had a dark
I've
skin.
granted you all the necessary permissions to access these listings at any time, using the computers that surround the core. Oh, you know, smuggling, piracy, taking things that aren't yours. Nothing that should keep you up at night. Well, depending on your methods. If Neva's chosen wisely, we certainly will. Now, I believe that covers all I have to say, so you can run along to Gar. Take the elevator to the upper level. You should be able to find your way from there, I hope.
Alright, listen up. You can all stop complaining. Atrium to cargo bay doors have been repaired. Oh, and you're welcome, Nev.
There's our other new recruit. So now that we're all here, it's time to get down to business. The two of you are the only rooks that have made the latest cut. The rest, well, let's just say they won't be joining us. Ever again. Neva's willing to put her neck on the line and vouch for you, which means you've got what it takes to join the Shadow Collective. You'd better not disappoint, or you'll find yourself answering to me personally. All right, let's get started here. When you sign up with the Shadow Collective, you're in it for the long haul. No one quits, no one retires. The only way out is death. You stay loyal or you pay the consequences. Collective before friends. Collective before family. Collective before yourself. Boss. Good, you're getting it already. I like that.
Can we get on with this? I want to get drunk at the last Nova.
I'm impressed. That's the first intelligent thing you've said this entire time, Jodo. Since you two seem so eager to move forward, let's get to your next job. Pack your cold weather gear, rooks. Where we're going, you're going to need it.
Oh god, don't tell me you're dragging them down to Mandalore for another one of your little initiation runs. 10 jaunts to the surface. 12 dead rooks. You'd think by now you would have given up on that goddamn campfire story.
Mandalore's legacy is no story, Neva. We've got fresh eyes in the collective, and if these two want to impress, they're going to help me search those ruins.
I hope you're right, Gar. That new code we grabbed for the lock cost us a ton of credits. And a decent captain.
This initiation, as Neva calls it, is your chance to see where it all began on Mandalore with Jasper Crix. Crix led the riots that gave birth to the Shadow Collective, and if his legacy is still out there, we're going to be the ones to find it.
Okay.
Through a bit of luck and hell of a lot of cash, Neva was able to get her hands on an access code to the inside of the lock. This will be the first time someone from the Shadow Collective set foot in there for, well, since Crix left the place behind. It's been frustrating being this close to potential clues, but not being able to find a way through those prison walls. Before Crix left the Collective, he left a message talking about a major score, one that would set up the Collective to be a big player in the galaxy. Somewhere down the line, they started calling it Mandalore's legacy, and everyone who's tried to find it has wound up empty-handed, missing, or dead. If we're gonna beat those odds, we'll first need a lead, and I'd wager we'll find one on Mandalore.
Gar's leaving out the best part. That this whole search is based on a handful of words on an old data pad. Crix left a lot of big talk on that recording, and not a lot of facts. Some of us believe in it more than others.
Don't listen to her. When we get our hands on Mandalore's legacy, the Collective will be operating at a completely different level. We'll become more than a match for the Galactic Empire. Listen to the words that I'm saying. The legacy is real. You'll find that out in due time, provided you're willing to put in the work. Nothing worth having ever comes easy.
Strange words coming from a pirate. You steal what is not yours because it is easy, no? But perhaps I am mistaken.
Yeah, I think
Only to a small-minded rook. You want to be content with your petty crimes, go join a gang in Nar Shaddaa. Okay, enough discussion. We've got a lot of work to do. To that end, the next stop is the lock. I've had Jazz feed the coordinates into your ship's nav computer. Since Jodo doesn't have a ship, he's going to ride with me. I'll see you down there, Rook. Don't keep me waiting.
If you got any spare creds, you just need to unload some junk, head to the depot.
we came through the depot to get in here.
I hope you do not have any loose cred sticks. I fully expect you would find them missing when we leave here.
Yeah, me too. Reckoner's core. I definitely believe...
It would seem that none of the wealth stolen over the decades has been spent on upkeep for the station. This bodes poorly.
So, looks like we got ourselves a new rook. Once again, I'm Jazz, resident engineer here. Like Neva said, you need ship parts, repairs? I'll hook you up. As long as your credits are good. Well, it did when I first got here. Most of these folks aren't too keen on maintenance. Today, the key is about as safe as any other Imperial station, just with a hell of a lot more personality. I can guarantee your ship will be in good hands. So if you're looking for an upgrade, let me know. We've got the best selection in the galaxy. Illegal, unregistered, recalled, we sell it all. No questions asked.
Good.
Anything that keeps the Empire and the Rebel Alliance off your tail is a must-have in my book. Just let me know when you want to talk business. No, but just remember, I don't work for free.
Let's see what ships you have
I've
for
got
sale.
plenty of goodies to choose from. You've got stuff to smuggle. If you've got the credits, I've got the time. Sure, sure. Let me punch that up, and we can have at it.
Now they sell something unique, which is called shielded cargo. They also sell jammers. See, here they have shielded cargo, here they have shielded cargo. Here they have shielded cargo. This is rear mount, this is side mount. can go back here. There is a shielded cargo unit right here. This little one. That I used when I had one item Now I want to look at fuel tanks. Because my fuel tanks only have 210 fuel. I should definitely be using more fuel. So I'm thinking I should add fuel but I don't know. All systems are nominal, so if I add fuel right now, still nominal. My jump range is still only 25. So that did not increase my jump range. So my jump range is locked at 25. But I got the shielded cargo. And this only has a slight chance of blocking. But scan jammers. Shielded cargo plus a scan jammer. Will give me the best chance of avoiding detection when I'm carrying contraband. Now I'm still capable of being detected with contraband, but I've got like an 80% evasion chance now. Flight check still nominal, so now we're going to accept that and exit. Thank you, my dear.
As long as you put the collective first, we won't have any problems.
Need something?
Now, before we do this next stage, I am going to take a very quick break. I encourage everybody, grab a snack, refresh your drink, stretch your legs. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. I am back. Thank you for being patient. We are still vigorously searching for houses. This is not a simple process, so I stopped to check what the today's process was and progress was, and got the update. Now we're back on track. Want to put that in my favorites. There we go.
00 Core said, WB Rob, by
Thank
the way
you.
I forgot to mention before, my new headphones are edifiers. Guessing you haven't heard that name in a good while.
I have not heard that name in a long time. How do you like them?
Let's put this bird on the ground.
Wow, his ship is almost as big as mine. He's got chin-mounted missile system. Can't tell you what kind it is. It looks like he's got the same kind of disruptors. Maybe a slightly...
00 Core said, so far they are great, minus one thing, they push my ears too hard into my glasses, but if I wear a baseball cap it doesn't hurt my ears /
Okay. Oh, that's pretty fair.
Zero Core said, aside from that the Bluetooth has really decent range, and the audio is quite good.
Yeah, I never use Bluetooth headphones myself.
00 Core said, and they are both wireless and wired. You can connect via USB-C if you want.
Yeah, I always use the wired
Hey, it's my personal
headphones.
savior. Thanks again for the assist.
My own personal preference, I like to have that physical connection. I don't see his third weapon system on here. He might only have two.
About time you got here.
I told you you're wasting your time.
00 Core said,
I hate surprises.
these
Just do what
ones
I
have
say,
true
and you might
dual
even
device
walk away from
Bluetooth
this
though,
without
so
turning
right
into a
now I'm
goddamn
listening to
ice
you on the
sculpture.
PC, but if someone calls
And
my
Joe,
phone and I answer
I
it
am
will
running
auto
things
pause
around
your
here, so
stream
keep
and
your
only
mouth
let
shut.
me
You
hear
got
the
that?
phone.
Nice.
All right, listen up, because I'm only going to go through this once.
00 Core
We're here to dig up any
said,
info about Mandalore's
but once
legacy.
the
We're
call
not here
ends
to
it will
scrap
go
for
back
loot.
to the video
Whatever you
automatically
pick
as
up, don't
well,
think, don't get
and
creative.
auto unpause
Bring
it again.
straight to me. If that was supposed to be a joke, I'm not laughing.
Don't worry about laughing, Ga. There'll be a goddamn laugh riot when I split open his head with a spanner.
All right, that's enough. If either of you want to fly with the Shadow Collective, then you need to follow one simple rule. When you're on a job, you do exactly what I say, no questions asked. If that doesn't work for you, just say so and I'll leave you on this ice ball without a ship. You'll be dead within hours.
Yeah, yeah.
00 Core
Smartest thing you've
said.
all day.
So based on the
If I
audio
hear one more
quality
thing
and
from either of
features
you
I
about
am
getting
happy
paid
with
for
my
this job, I'll
purchase.
put a blast
Good
in your
headset
head
for the
myself.
price range.
Oh, and there's one more thing. Your little friend can tag along until we get to the outer doors of the prison, but I'll be damned if I'm letting them inside.
00 Core
Fine, go on.
said.
Leave me. Just be sure and
They
thaw
were
me out when you return.
$49.99.
We have a lot of ground to cover between the landing area and the lock, so let's get moving.
That's a good price. It's only about $10 more than I paid.
They should.
You're shooting a lot of nothing, guys.
I knew I heard something.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, everybody heard something.
Head up! I got you!
Zero Core said. Oh, forgot to mention they are also active noise cancelling headphones with an ambient pass-through mode as well that makes it like you're not wearing headphones. You still hear everything like no headset. 00 Core said. But then also get to hear what you're listening to in the headset.
Nice.
00 Core said. I use them in ambient pass-through myself.
Are you prepared to die?
Yeah, that price point is really close to what I paid for mine, and I'm very happy with the quality of mine. But mine are definitely not super high end by any means.
Zero core said. But for my daughter they would be good noise blocking headphones. She has issues with overstimulation of her senses and needs noise cancellation headsets at times.
Give up already.
Well, that's a good idea then.
Zero core said. With these on she could just click a button a few times to turn on noise cancellation. Zero core said. Yet I plan to buy her a pair of her own for that reason.
The place where Jasper Cricks laid the groundwork for finding the legacy and eventually the Shadow Collective. The lock. Around 5 years, rumor says he started planning his escape the moment that he arrived.
Oh, grow a spine, will ya?
There's a huge difference between being a coward and being careful, so both of you watch yourselves. All right, let's keep moving. Standing out here isn't doing us any good. This ID card cost a small fortune. Let's hope it pays off.
Luffy QLF said.
Let's go.
Hi.
Hey Luffy, welcome aboard.
Zero core said. But I also plan to buy the kind of headphones that are not powered but still designed to block sound for her as well. That's what they use for her currently. Zero core said. Hello Luffy.
How many people did the Empire stick down here, Gar?
A couple of hundred at least. Might not look like much, but it was better than trying to survive on the surface.
Not much better. Even with the heating on, this place looks like a goddamn dump.
Now you know why the prisoners got fed up and looked to Cricks to lead them out of here.
That's how the Shadow Collective began. Yeah. We've all heard the story.
It's not a story, Joe. It's history. Remember that. Now keep your mouth shut and your eyes
They
open.
told me Andreja wasn't gonna come with me. She's right here with me.
This must be where they registered the prisoners before transferring them to a cell block. Could you imagine being stuck under a ton of ice like this for the rest of your life?
Yeah, sure. Must have been awful. Better them than us, though, am I right?
Wait, shut up a second.
Did you hear that?
Wait, what was that?
Zero core said. I just wish they made some equivalent to noise cancellation for PTSD issues, but for everything other than the sounds, that would be great. Zero core said. You know, like something new where that eases social anxiety for PTSD symptoms, etc. Zero core said. That would be so cool.
Must be a nest. I bet these things are crawling all over the place.
Then we should remain alert.
Yeah. And their buddies probably heard us firing from about a kilometer away. Hallelujah. weren't on this job with Gar, I'd drop you for saying that.
Enough already. I should have known better than to bring both of you at the same time. Now, let's see. Looks like we're inside some sort of prisoner transfer area, but everything's locked down tight. Since you're such good friends, why don't you and Jodo head up to that control room and see if you can get some more of these doors open?
00 Core said, I see you're still keeping your cam hidden. I take it you're still having issues with this game then?
I just didn't bother with it today. I figured that I had a good chance of having issues, and I didn't want to take the chance.
Damn it.
00 Core said, makes sense.
Well, this is just great. The hell we supposed to do now? The plan. Who gives a shit about the plan? Let's face it, we're on our own now. Why? Because that's what his loyal little soldiers are supposed to do. The hell with that. I have a better plan. We use this opportunity to take out Gar, and at the same time, make some serious credits for ourselves. Whoa, whoa. Hang on, give me a second to explain. Let's pretend for a second Gar's correct and there's information here about Mandalore's legacy. Once we get rid of him, we dig up the garbage ourselves and sell whatever we find to Neva. We'll be rolling in credits. Fine, suit yourself. You know, for a second there, I was almost starting to respect you. Now let's find a way out of here.
Yeah, I don't think you were starting to respect me. $43,000 worth of armor. And $25,000 worth of armor. This place is falling apart. Did you think there was going to be a better way through? Positron batteries are heavy.
00 Core said, I seen lately both here and in me series you have been getting much better with DG picks and similar lock picking like it.
I am getting better at it. It's still pretty difficult for me, though.
Crap, is this thing even on? Quit screwing around and pick up. Damn it! Is anyone there? Come on, we need these doors opened. So the two of you made it, huh? Well, brush the dust off and listen up. We've obviously been cut off, so I need you to do two things. First, I want you to keep looking for a way to open the rest of the doors down here, otherwise I'm not going anywhere. And second, try and dig up whatever you can about Jasper Cricks. You both got that? I'll make it easy for you. If you find anything that says Mandalore or Legacy, you grab it. This really isn't that difficult. Yeah, you'd better. And tell Jodo not to get any bright ideas or I'll gut him myself.
Gee, it's almost like he knows the guy. Look for a way to open the doors. Warden Thomas Gillespie. Transfer area control operations, prisoner classification protocols.
Zero Core said. Sounds to me like he is used to that guy trying to betray him, lol.
Doesn't it?
Attention. Lockdown mode has been rescinded.
None of those have names. Named books have value. Although Cora is no longer part of the constellation. So prison scrubs. Sure, I'll take some of those. Before I got a set of red. I already did the litter boxes today. Yeah, I would have hated to have been one of the guards, too.
After action report, Guard Bryant reporting. The shuttle bay techs were complaining about hearing some type of banging or scraping on the access doors, so we were sent to investigate. We headed to the surface and immediately engaged some indigenous creatures that had been burrowing through the ice. We managed to drive them off, but I'm certain they'll be back. Fortunately, our squad only suffered minor injuries.
First we deal with all the maintenance issues at the lock, and now this. If this keeps up, I'm gonna request a transfer.
Good idea. That one doesn't fit. That one would fit there. That is a nice pistol. Empire message. Please be advised we're taking all staff complaints regarding intolerable temperatures within the lock very seriously. Unfortunately, the facility has been provided a poorly engineered heating system that is woefully insufficient to combat the cold, leaving some sections of the prison at temperatures as low as 5 Celsius. That's cold, folks. Most people in America do not use the Celsius system. 5 is cold, folks. Administration understands the conditions within the lock are less than ideal for staff. So we ask for your patience while we wait for an improved system. 20 is generally room temperature, if I recall correctly. 20 is roughly 70 degrees.
Zero Core said, yes, because 0C is 32F, so 5C is very close to freezing.
Yeah, 20C is roughly 70 degrees. So 5 is below 40. Right around 40. Security alert is being issued to all personnel. It's been brought to our attention some of the prison population has discovered a way to create improvised weapons by carving chunks of permafrost from cell block walls.
00 Core said, so fridge temps then. 00 Core said, 40F is around fridge temp.
Yes.
Core said. I only know about fridge temps because mine was way too cold, so I got one of those fridge thermometers with the red zones for fridge and freezer temps. Used that to correctly adjust the temps.
You won't last long.
Pickwick Papers.
Ditch some of the junk, will you? Next. Where the hell did they go?
Zero Core said. Because before I used that thermometer to adjust the temps, it was freezing things, but I wanted to correctly adjust it, thus why I got the thermometer with the zones marked.
Makes sense, Zero. Yeah, it's best to use a thermometer if you're going to adjust your temps manually. There are guns in there.
Can't hide from me. So, have you changed your mind yet? Yeah, right. You saw it back there. Those things, whatever they were, they probably ripped him to shreds by now. Did the job for us. And if they haven't, we can still handle the job. We just have to get our hands a little dirty. Wouldn't be the first time, am I right? Of all the people to get trapped here with, why the hell did I get stuck with you, huh?
I'm the Mandalorian, you stupid fuck.
So, now that we've made it to the guard tower, what's our next move, genius? Right, glad I asked. I suppose we should start off by searching the tower for the location of Crix's cell. If he stashed any useful information, it might still be hidden somewhere inside.
God, this guy is a fucking idiot. I can't unlock that.
Zero Core
Dover
said.
Beach.
You okay? Sounds like you inhaled your drink.
I did a little bit. I'll take that mining guild helmet. Locate the cache in cell D2. Please note securities come across items in cell D02106 that could be the catalyst for possible escape attempt. Okay, he's in section 03. Alright, that one over there is the cache. But we're above that cache. I need to go down.
Said, "You know what, there is one thing technology has brought me that I am quite thankful for." 00 Core said, "I can access my bank account directly from my phone with just my fingerprint, no signing in with long passwords, etc." 00 Core said,
"I opened that
and instantly see my current balance and all purchases, etc."
Tell me that by opening 3, I closed 2. This is the kind of
00 Core said, "I absolutely love having such quick access to my bank." 00 Core said, "I mean game logic, Rob, lol."
No, all of them are open. I'm also kind of over encumbered right now. But damn it, I want to see what's in the cache. There might be another computer nearby. Follow the wires. Maybe there's a computer nearby. No? Of course not. Tower's over there. This is stupid. It says requires computer. Where am I supposed to find this computer? You're right, my pack is kind of full. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to pick up more. Bethesda made me this way. Where's the bloody computer?
00 Core said, "Oh Rob, did you check out Process Lasso? And if so, did you have any issues figuring it out?"
I didn't download it. I should have, but I didn't. There we go. There's the release. How did I get over here? I wanted to go this way.
Zero Core said, "They really wanted you to have to hunt for that release EY? LOL. Marty said,
Marty!
Hand pink waving.
Welcome aboard.
00 Core said, "Hey Marty."
I swear if this isn't enough to get me into the collective.
I don't think it's enough to get you into the collective. Mostly because I plan on killing you in here.
Marty said, high 0.
Calibrated spotter armor. It's not very hefty. $43,000.
The Empire must have burned some serious cash when they lost this place. Serves them right. Look at this cell. No wonder Crick's wanted out of the place. You gotta leave some things behind, eh?
All right, I got in here. What am I supposed to find? Because there's nothing in here.
Hurts like hell.
Yeah, I'm severely overweight. I'm only carrying one weapon that's... Oh, two. I don't want to drop any of that. That's all high value. None of this has actually got any real weight. Why I'm carrying monopropellant. Oh, I did pick up a positron battery. See, 3 kilos. But there is nothing in here for me to search.
Today, I bumped into someone in the mess hall. Yeah,
there we go.
A ship carrying a fortune in credits. I know it's usually bullshit, but he seemed to have details. After striking up a conversation, I found out the ship was a banking clan transport named Legacy that went down in some remote system during the war. This is exactly the score I've been waiting to find. I need to contact Carter, let him know it's time to get off this rock. He'll help the mining details slip into the utility closet and ventilation room. That's where we'll dig. Not up, but through. Right to the armory. Carter mentioned that security keeps rotating codes on all the terminals in the lock, so we'll have to coordinate this carefully. For now, we'll continue using his locker in the showers area as a drop point for the code to the utility closet. By this time next month, I should be out of this dump and uploading those creds into my account. Today, I bumped into someone in the mess hall yapping about a ship carrying a fortune in credits. I know it's usually bullshit, but he seemed to have details. After striking up a conversation, I found out the ship was a banking clan transport named Legacy that went down in some remote system during the war. That's exactly the score I've been waiting to find. I need to contact Carter to let him know it's time to get off this rock. He'll help the mining details slip into the utility closet and the ventilation room. That's where we'll dig. Not up, but through. Right to the armory. Carter mentioned that security keeps rotating codes on all the terminals in the lock, so we'll have to coordinate this carefully.
You're not strong enough to carry all that.
But continue using his locker in the showers area as a drop point for the code to the utility closet. By this time next month, I should be out of this dump and uploading those creds into my account. Okay, Carter. Confirming that the latest code to the utility room is 4861171. The mining crew tells me it'll take them a week to cut through the ice, so I'm giving you that long to square your end of the plan. When the tunnel reaches the armory, I'll get my people to start a riot. When you hear the fireworks go off, get your ass to the shuttle bay. We get one shot at this.
Here I thought
If we play our cards right, this gets us one step closer to that fortune that went down with the Legacy. You report any of this to the guards, well, you know what will happen.
Marty said, "Gotta run. Hope all have a great weekend."
You too, Marty. Hope to see you for Saturday morning cartoons.
There's an armory. Looks like they cleared this place out. Well, what do we have here? Give me a sec. This ought to come in handy.
I am definitely over encumbered, or else I'd be clearing out more clone trooper armor. I already have a combustion. I want that uniform. And I want that poncho. I think I already have a security guard uniform. I know I got a security guard helmet upstairs.
00 Core said, "Rob, your audio is cutting in and out on stream." 00 Core
My audio?
said, "On both YT and Twitch."
You know, I'm not talking constantly. I probably should be talking more than I am, but I wasn't talking constantly.
Zero Core said, "Not sure if you did anything, but the audio is fine again on my end."
Yeah, I really didn't do anything, but I wasn't talking for a stretch there. So it's possible that when I first started talking again, there was some breakup. I really don't want to drop those. Most of this doesn't have mass, but this does. There we go.
Zero Core said, "Okay, well, I got run going to my mom's house. Have a great night, Rob." 00 Core said, "Have a great night, everyone." 00 Core said, "Leaving you in browser per usual."
Alright, Zero, thank you. The amount of stuff I'm leaving behind. Just because I'm over encumbered already.
I bet those things are crawling right behind the wall. Ugh.
It's sickening to leave stuff behind that's useful. I hate it when it's something that looks simple and they didn't give me the picks for it. Okay, that pick won't fit there. That's a decent pistol, but I'm overweight already, so...
Looks like this is the warden's office. They built the office right next to the shuttle bay. For quick escapes, I bet. Smart. Where have you been?
I screwed that up. That would work, except for I don't know if I've... Yeah, I do. That one will do it. Laser crossbow. Low rate of fire.
I hope you found something. I hope you found something. Because I'm getting sick and tired of this place. I knew it. Everyone said I was out of my mind, but something told me we'd find the answers down here. Looks like I picked the right person for the job.
Hey, what the hell? This is bullshit, Gar. I helped plenty.
Is that Jodo? Tell him to shut up. I'll deal with him later.
Whatever.
Okay, now all we have to do is find a way off of this planet. Let me see. Ah, here we go. I'm looking at the schematics for the lock, and I don't think there's a way to get you back to the surface from there. But I can open the outer doors to the shuttle bay and let you fly one of the shuttles down there directly up to the key. Good answer. You're learning fast. Okay, let me see. One of these probably opens the door.
Shuttle bay activated. Initiating the exit process. Please stand by.
Yep, that's got it. Might take a while, though. Those bay doors haven't opened in almost a century. You've done a hell of a job, Rook. We'll talk when you get back to the key.
Why the hell did you lie to Gar about me? You didn't do all this work alone. Hey, come on. I was just looking out for both of us. I could have cut you out of the deal, but I didn't, right? Look, about all that killing God stuff, why don't we just forget about everything that I said? You know, like it never happened. Oh, you're going to be like that, huh? Well, I guess I deserve it. Now, let's get the heck out of here.
Ooh. $700 hat. I need to drop something that's got some mass to it. Drop that. I really don't want to drop any of this, but if I'm going to drop something, I'm going to drop the jumpsuit. Pardon me. I have one of these on the ship. Oh, pardon me. I will be back in a second. My apologies. Somebody was at the door. That's not heavy enough to make dropping worth it. I do not want to drop... I can drop the Mining Guild helmet. But it's only 2 pounds. I am not dropping. I'm not dropping anything. I'm going to go out of here over encumbered. Am I slowing us down? I'm investigating my new ship. In case you didn't notice, this is mine now.
Ash's antics. Said. Hand pink waving, hand pink waving.
Ashes, welcome aboard, my friend. Yes.
Ooh, there's a new sticker on the refrigerator.
Orbital insertion completed. Green lights on outer hatch. We're docked.
Okay, hold on.
Hello. I have never been one to shy away from shouldering my share of a heavy load.
Good, because it's heavy. Yeah, that should do it.
Ah, yes, we are.
Yeah?
I have every intention of ratting Mathis out.
Be sure and check your pockets when we leave. Be certain you still... have everything in them.
Rook?
There you are. The hell took you so long?
It's about time. I was about to fly down to loot your bodies.
Not now, Neva. Well, you said you found something. Hand it over. That's it? Just one data pad? After losing so much of our crew, it better be a map with a big red X on it. Well, I'll be damned.
It's a map with
Legacy.
a big red X on it.
Wasn't referring to Mandalore's fortune. It's the name of an actual ship. An intergalactic banking clan transport, probably loaded with credits.
Never heard any stories about a banking clan ship going down. And even if it had happened, it would have been picked clean years ago.
No, Neva, think. If the banking clan covered it up and over time the location was eventually forgotten, it wouldn't be on anyone's radar. Okay, this changes things. Now that we know what we're looking for, we have to narrow the search. Because they'd be rolling in so much cash, there's no way they could keep it quiet. It's like hitting the jackpot. Not to mention they'd need someone with Shinya's skills to keep the crypto tracing on the currency clean. And as far as the banking clan goes, I doubt they'd bother. Their bean counters would be too busy weighing the loss versus recovery costs. No, the legacy is out there just waiting for us to find. I can feel it. Well, that's not necessarily true. Let's start with what we know. It was a banking clan ship, which means the company's going to have records of where it went down. Neva, weren't you working on a deal with Rokov? Something about a bigwig charity event on one of Alderaan's starliners?
Are you serious? I've been working on that gig for 3 months. That's my score.
Oh God, will you shut up about your score and think for a second? That starliner has a banking clan VIP suite aboard, which means... Come on, Neva, this isn't hard.
Which means a banking clan exec will be aboard. We grab their credentials and get ourselves into the intergalactic banking clan archives in Coruscant. Holy shit, that might actually work. I'll send a message to Rokov right away.
Pack your bags, Rook. You're going on vacation. And since you've earned it, take this gun with you. Might come in handy when Rokov screws everything up as usual.
Mentor 1313 added. Ah, that's a reference to the game that never made it.
Good, because that's exactly what you're going to be doing. Niva and I are too well known to walk around the Starliner without being
Glandry
recognized. If
Mage
Alderaan security
said,
spotted us, it'd be over.
hello RP and all
I
in
need you to
chat.
board that ship, make contact with
Mage, welcome aboard.
You know what?
Glandry
I'm
Mage
going to leave that entirely up
said,
to you. If you think he's come
keeping
through
you
for
on
us,
in
you
the
can promise
background
him
as
you'll
I
get
make
paid.
dinner.
But if he gets in your way, then you take
Sounds
him out.
good.
Don't be stupid. You got to look at the big
Glandry
picture.
Mage
We do
said,
this right, and we're all getting
after that
paid
I
for
will
this
be
job.
setting for BG3.
Oh, before you leave, I wanted you to know that I took what you said about Jodo into consideration, and I've decided to cut him from the collective.
Honestly, I'm surprised he made it off Mandalore in one piece.
Because you're the one that finished the job. You followed orders and you put your neck on the block to get that data to the key. As far as Jodo goes, I'm sure you had to drag him through the lock and prevent him from doing something stupid. We'll see. That's it, the next stop for you is Rokov's Starliner, the Siren of the Stars. And remember, Rokov doesn't need to know anything about Mandalore's legacy. For now, that's just between us. Now get out of here.
Hey, Rook, before you head out, I need to have a word with you. Meet me at the last Nova after you wrap things up with Jodo.
Oh, I'm wrapping things up with
Hell of
Jodo.
a job you did down there, Rook. Hell of a job. If you have any last questions about the job, ask them now. If you have any last questions about the job, ask them now.
Well, I can't even talk to you, so I guess I'm done asking questions.
Always ask for a bigger cut. It's all about making those credits.
Oh. Shooting range.
Ask Jazz about any ship upgrades. Nothing worse than a pirate ship with no personality.
Need a drink? Bog at the last Nova will be more than happy to take your credits.
I'm actually looking
Soon, everyone's gonna learn to fear the collective.
for data. Return evidence to Toft. So I'm looking for audio logs.
Repairs are too costly.
I heard Isla's sister is some hardcore mercenary. I wouldn't get on her bad side.
Like this.
So tell us about Jasper Crix's version of the Crimson Dawn.
All I can tell you is that under my guidance, the Crimson Dawn became more influential than every other syndicate combined. Here I was, 22 years old, and I had power, people that followed my orders, and an endless stream of credits. Gale, I have to tell you, I was having the time of my life.
So you'd consider extortion, robbery, burglary, kidnapping, assault, and murder to be positive life influences?
I want to play again.
No.
Being haunted.
I'd consider them as just means to an end. Those so-called crimes were merely stepping stones until I had enough wealth to buy the Crimson Dawn a few spacecraft.
Say anything you
Let's
like.
talk about that. It appears you weren't satisfied with terrorizing Coruscant alone.
Oh, I've never stopped reaching, Gale. The amount of money we were making in Coruscant was decent, but the really big scores were in space, on the cargo ships. We're talking millions of credits, maybe more. Who the hell could count it all?
Most people assume this is when the Empire decided to actively set up a task force to pursue the Crimson Dawn.
That's correct. Those idiots in charge of the Imperial fleet were clearly embarrassed that they had allowed the Crimson Dawn to make the jump into space. They sent ships after us. Lots of ships. I almost think that they enjoy starting wars.
Perhaps this was the first time you had finally reached too far.
You could say that. I count my time running the Crimson Dawn as a learning experience. I wouldn't say I reached too far. I'd say I reached too fast. Didn't cover all my bases. Made some stupid mistakes. One thing's for certain, though. When I was finally arrested and thrown into the lock, I had plenty to think about.
I never know what time it is in space. I just eat when I'm hungry and sleep when I'm tired. So for anyone wanting to know what my official business hours are, I can't tell you. That's not helpful, Zuri. You should really consider buying a watch. For any interested party, I've noticed that Zuri usually shows up to work around 8 p.m. UT and works all night. Yes, I've been watching you. If you don't want people creeping on you, tracking your every move, you should really define some business hours and stick to them.
I used to work for a megacorp. Wore a monkey suit and everything. Seems like a different time.
I don't want to go into the last Nova right away. I want to see if I can find all of the data slates. That are outside the last Nova before I do. There could be data slates in there too.
At the ranch today. That's worth buying myself a drink.
I just increased my carry capacity. That was useful.
Where did your stellar rise to infamy begin?
In the streets of Coruscant.
I don't trust shielding.
No
I got
parents.
secret compartments on
No
my ship just in
godparents.
case.
Just a homeless punk kid. Robbing whoever he could for the credits.
Were these violent crimes? Murders?
I'm the defendant. You even asked that question, Gale. Sure, a few people here and there walked away with injuries, but I'm not some kind of butcher.
That doesn't sound as heartless as your reputation would imply.
Well, like I said, I was just a kid.
Were you ever caught by the ISB in Coruscant?
Oh, dozens of times. I'd just give them a fake name, or they just slap me on the wrist and send me on my way. They obviously didn't think that I'd amount to anything, and didn't want to waste their
If you
time
want
with
to stay under the radar,
rehabilitation.
I've got just the
What
thing.
changed that? Was it stealing from that Imperial station?
2218? Oh, yes. The banking clan archives? Very good, Gale. I see you've done your research. That would be when I rounded up a few of my buddies and we knocked the place over.
The collective protects our own.
Made off with against us. My fur
decided to bring you into their ranks?
That's right.
Lieutenant,
Brought me
stop.
in, taught me the ropes, and I did crimes for them for 5 years. Till I decided I wanted more. I got rid of their leader, put myself in his place, and started running the show. I've been the one in charge ever since.
Was it absolutely necessary to cut his throat and leave the body on a public street in the Undercity?
On the street, reputation is everything. I wanted everyone in the city to know that Jasper Cricks was taking over. I think they got the message.
On the other hand, I got the creds. I'd probably feel better once I spent them.
Using the scanner like this makes it easier to see objects. Jetta's parts. Regarding the specifications for my interface, I'm going to make a few minor adjustments in intergalactic baking plan, switching to an orthogonal hexabit encryption, so I want to crank up the core block on my ARM hardware. You can probably get that equipment from biotech. I also have storage injector port added so I can keep any damn trace packets off my system. It probably wouldn't hurt to throw in some electromag protection too. The electrical system on the key is terrible. A short circuit could fry the whole setup. Last but not least, I need a few cushions for the chair. In the Reckoner's core, they're wearing a bit thin. So far, that's the first thing that I would call evidence.
If I had a Berian crest, I'd run my own city, like Bayou. Except in my town, you could do Aurora anywhere.
So it looks like I'm not going to find a whole lot of evidence. What kind of missions does he want? Piracy, steal from the Alliance medical frigate. Smuggle. $352 kilos of heretical writings delivered to Lothal City on Lothal in the Coruscant system. Smuggle and drop-off run, payment on delivery. I don't have room for 352 kilos on my ship. You gotta be kidding me.
Need to have Jazz look at my hyperdrive. I swear it's not jumping to the right place.
Where is Jazz? I might not have that much shielded cargo.
Here to upgrade that ship of yours? If you've got the credits? I bet you would. I'm just kidding. Let's take a look.
It's 'cause I don't have the right ship. There's my home ship now. I think I can handle that just fine.
Good luck with the mission.
Hey, I want to talk to you. Thanks to you, God's cutting me from the collective. Well, you know what? You better get your own fleet, because I'm coming after you. Oh, I see. You think you're some kind of big shot, is that it? Going to show poor Jodo a little mercy now that you're Gar's best buddy, huh? Well, guess what? Your generosity is getting me kicked off the key. And that means you better watch your back. I stayed to give you a message that you better start looking over your shoulder. You'll never know when I'll be right behind you, ready to pull the trigger.
If you mean to ambush us, telling us ahead of time makes it much more difficult. Did you not think this through?
Now get the hell out of my way.
Some people drink coffee to wake up. Me? I have Bob pour me a shot of whiskey. Never go to sleep. There I am, Empire on my tail, and my hyperdrive just chokes. You know what I found back there?
Pirates. What could go wrong in a place like this?
You can hire a pretty decent crew member here.
Something? Certainly. Let's talk about something else. How did the Crimson Dawn become the Shadow Collective?
After I busted out of the lock, I decided to
My friend's got a point, Bug. Every pirate in this joint.
I have the key. A few Imperial
Seems to me, instead of trawling deep space for stick change, you got a much bigger target right here at home.
Once word got around, it didn't take long for freelance pirates from every corner of the galaxy to show up.
Collectivist family.
And this is how the Shadow Collective was born.
Exactly. The key became our base of operations. We spent months reinforcing our position there, making it nearly impossible to approach.
What was the Empire's response to the situation?
First of all, the Imperial fleet gave up and handed the reins over to the big guns, the ISB. The Empire, in
Smuggling
turn,
beats a real
sent
job
ships to
any
attack the
day.
key. I'd say there have been 3 major attacks over the last few years. And as you can tell by the fact we're having this interview, all the attacks were embarrassing failures.
Do you feel these embarrassing failures led them to utilize the ISB?
Absolutely. They've clearly given up and decided to shove the responsibility onto a separate division. That way, in the public eye, the Imperial fleet can move forward, proud and strong, while the ISB continually takes all the blame. That's all about PR spin for them, Gale. That's how the Empire operates. Kinda disgusting.
I'm pretty happy with tonight's
Sounds a bit like
stream metrics. No drop frames tonight as opposed to last night.
Atrocities, huh? How about fighting the Rebel Alliance over a bunch of rocks hanging in space? How about thousands of people dying while a bunch of pencil-pushing bastards sit in a cushy office and draw lines on a star map? Maybe the Empire should stop the bullshit and take a hard look in the mirror to see who the monsters really are.
Forgive me if I keep a knife at the ready while we are here.
I would be upset if you didn't.
There's something strong enough to knock me out.
Where's Neva? She's probably loose in the bar. Yeah.
In the collective, you either put up, shut up, or die.
We'll have the whole galaxy on the run someday. There you are. All right, look. I've been lining up a score with that asshole Rokoff on the Siren of the Stars for months. I'm not about to let a payday slip through my fingers. So guess what? You're going to finish the job for me. Of course you'll get a cut. That's how everything works around here. Why would this be any different? Rokoff's been tipping me off about some kind of bullshit charity event that the Siren of the Stars is hosting. At the event, they're going to give away something called the Terrace Savior Award, which is worth tens of thousands of credits. So it's simple. While you're on the Siren swiping those banking clan credentials, I want you to grab that award and bring it to me.
Alright, where were we?
From the pictures I've seen, the award is set with 12 blue crate dragon pearls and covered in gold filigree.
Okay.
If I get Jazz to take it apart, I can turn it into a hell of a lot of cash. And best of all, the components become untraceable. Then why the hell are you here? We take unnecessary risks every
No,
day.
unnecessary
That's what
risks.
Pirates is all about.
Pirates take
Look,
necessary
you
risks.
can make all the jokes and excuses that you want. But if you don't come back with the TS award, I'm going to deduct it from your pay. Either way, I get my money. How much you walk away with is in your own hands. Got it?
I suppose it is up to you to
Ripley,
decide whether it is worth
stop moving your bed under my chair. All it's going to do is hurt you.
All Rokov does is feed me information. If I ask him to lift a finger, he gives me enough sob stories to fill a freighter's cargo bay. If you want my advice, leave him completely out of the loop. Otherwise, it's gonna cost both of us some credits. Yeah, TS, Terrace, Savior, get it? Come on, keep up with me here. I've got about 17 other things to do, and you're holding me up.
The subtitle says ES, and she's saying TS. Gotcha.
Then it's settled. Good. All right, Rook, we're done here. Now get your ass to the Siren and bring me my goods. Because that's exactly what you are. A rookie, a newbie, fresh meat. Beneath all of that inexperience, I'm sure you have an actual name, but honestly, no one gives a damn. So get used to hearing that word. Until you earn your stripes, you're a rook to everyone in the collective. Good luck.
Nothing like the smell of a dead Imperial
Old School Gamer 7 said, "Did you just crack a beer?"
I did just crack a beer, old school.
There are a good many places I would rather be right now.
How are you tonight?
Old School Gamer 7 said, "I know the sound well." Old School Gamer 7 said, "I am doing okay."
Good to hear. Yeah, me and beers are old friends.
Is it weird that I still get nervous around you? We're literally best friends, after all.
We are not best friends.
You've got something for me? I have an important personal decision to make, but I need to discuss something with you first. No, not at all. This is something that's been weighing on my mind for a long time. I was hoping if I talked about it with you, I could get your opinion. That's all. Phew, thank you. So, where to start? Before my service to the Empire, I served the Republic before and during the Clone Wars. I was posted as the chief navigator of a Republic.
The Clone Wars
known
lasted,
as the Dauntless.
to the best of my knowledge, about 4 to 5 years.
In my case, I was third in command, which has a lot to do with the story. There was a particularly bloody battle where we were fighting over the Sereno system. We lost 12 ships that day. 12. Including my own. No. This is important. I need to tell you this. The ship was barely intact. The captain and first mate died the previous day, which put me in command. A shrewd captain would have called for the crew to abandon ship, but I was so angry. I wanted to stay. I needed to fight. The Dauntless was a tough little ship. No shields and the hull was breached, but it still had power. And weapons. That's why I remained in the battle. Huge mistake. Well, I didn't have the luxury of indecision. I had to act. We fought for hours, but the damage was fatal. I gave the order to abandon ship and the crew piled into the escape shuttle. As the shuttle launched, I could see it was damaged. I heard screams before the radio cut, and last thing I saw, they were spiraling helplessly towards the planet's surface. There was nothing I could do. You're sorry. For me? If I hadn't been so stubborn, so eager to prove that I could handle command, my crew would have had more time to escape. Try telling that to their loved ones. When the dust settled, the United Colonies gave me a medal. Can you believe that? A damn medal. I never even had a chance to find the shuttle wreckage and give my crew a proper burial.
You attempted to complete your mission in a ship that, for all intents and purposes, was still combat worthy.
That's true, but still, it doesn't
erase the real
core issue here.
Said.
You once told
Her
me
story
no
is a
matter
prime
how hard
example
you
of
fight,
why I don't like
there
being
are
in
some
management
battles you simply
positions.
can't win.
Like ever.
I wish I had heard your advice long ago. Don't you get it? Everything I do, everything I touch, somehow falls apart. That's why I'm worried about us. You still have faith in me. I don't even know what to say. I never realized how much you cared about me. You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about us, about our relationship, how we've clearly become close. I practiced what I was going to say when the moment was right, and now that it's here, my mind's gone blank. Look, you deserve the best. Someone who can give themselves to you entirely. But right now, I have too much baggage. Too much on my mind.
Zero
core.
core.
Forgive me for pushing you
said.
away.
Basically, I don't
time.
want to be responsible for other people's lives. Too much to handle.
It's a difficult position to be in, to be sure, Zero. But I can't say everybody should do it. Because it is a very difficult thing to do. Wow, I can't just ping that.
00 Core said, I would be constantly questioning if my actions could have changed things in such a position. I would go insane.
At first, when you get into lower leadership positions, you do second guess your decisions. And I think that's why lower leadership positions are less consequential. Because they know you're going to second guess all your decisions.
And you didn't even scratch the paint.
But as you get into higher leadership positions, you have already learned not to second guess yourself. You've made the decisions that were best at the time.
Careful you do not track mud on the floors. If you have the time, I wish to speak to you.
Frequently, movies and video games depict the burden of leadership as difficult because the leader second guesses themselves at senior levels.
Remember to turn in any evidence fragments you find. Good. The more you find, the stronger our case.
That's not very common.
So Voss engineered a way to directly interface with the Key's mainframe? I knew he was a math genius, but didn't realize he was so tech-savvy. Well, we'll share this information with the banking clan. Hopefully it will help them shore up the security on their cryptocurrency. Find anything else? It's amazing that all this romantic nonsense about Mandalar's legacy really just amounts to a rumor Jasper Crick's picked up in jail. It just goes to show you how a tiny rumor can snowball into a full-blown fairy tale. Have any more? Understood. Keep searching and you're bound to find more. We'll provide you with information, but any inventory or ship services, it's best you get from the collective. It'll help maintain your cover and also give you an idea of how the collective's operation works. They're pirates in every sense of the word, but they've managed to get more organized under their current leadership. That makes them especially dangerous, but hopefully it makes them a little more predictable too. We'll be here if you need us.
You're back,
So how did it go? Frankly, it's because we've never gotten this far before. The last agent that I sent to infiltrate the Shadow Collective ended up in a morgue on Coruscant. Then things are moving forward. Perfect.
Nice job, Rook.
I was certain we'd fool Gar, but Neva, she's a sharp.
00 Core
Overcoming her scrutiny is
said,
no small matter.
"Oh, don't get me wrong,
you
I could
discover
totally
anything
be
worth
in
reporting
management
yet?
in normal jobs, just not something security related where lives are on the line."
No, I get it. When I first got promoted to E4, my first management jobs were all, maintenance level things where it was equipment that I was in charge of. And my decisions were very inconsequential. It was money that was on the line, not lives.
I understand your concern, but you can rest assured that every member of this crew has been thoroughly vetted
And
by both myself
that kind of
and
thing
Lieutenant Doft.
builds
Any
confidence
information that you turn over will not be leaving this ship
that
until it's fully
even if you make a mistake, you learn from it.
Legacy. Why does that sound familiar? Wait a moment. Are you telling me Gar may have actually located Mandalore's legacy?
I have never heard of such a thing.
I'm surprised. I thought this was one of those tales that made it to every corner of the galaxy.
I suppose it's possible, sir. Intelligence picked up a bit of chatter on that subject recently. We assumed it was some sort of tall tale or a story to attract recruits to their cause. Well, we can solve that little mystery in about 10 seconds. Let me see what we have here. Nope. There are no records of a banking clan transport named the Legacy in the database. I think Gar's trying to manipulate you. What do you think, sir?
I think there's no record because the banking clan is hiding something. Gar's no fool. If he risked his own neck to get that information, then he must be onto something. We have to take this seriously. What's your next move? Clever, Gar. Very clever. If I were in your place, I'd be trying to do the exact same thing. We can't let Gar get his hands on what could potentially turn out to be the largest haul of credits the Shadow Collective's ever seen.
Maybe I should head out to Coruscant, sir? I could press the banking clan execs for information. Get ahead of everything.
No. Let's allow this to run its course. We have our agent here feeding us information. I think that's good enough for now. There's more to this than just finding the location of the transport. Jasper Cricks was clever. For some reason, never got there. Because the Shadow Collective would be a totally different adversary, and Cricks wouldn't have disappeared years ago.
Unless he got there and didn't get out.
Our forensic accounting people would have found that data. No. The Shadow Collective are in dire shape right now. They haven't seen that much currency? Well, ever. It's imperative that you do. If the Shadow Collective gets its hands on a transport full of currency, it would be disastrous for the galaxy. I need you to do whatever you can to bring us more information. And for God's sake, don't kill anyone on that Starliner. We're both dismissed.
I would like a chance to talk to you, if you are able. I have been thinking about what we talked about before. The idea of purpose in one's life. You agreed with me that true purpose can be a driving force in life.
Yes.
I found that comforting. But something has been nagging at me since. I have been single-minded in my pursuits. I have always believed the decisions I made were necessary, that there was no other option. I have sacrificed much to be where I am now. And I'm starting to wonder if it has been worth it. Thank you. I have always believed, no, hoped. That is true.
00 Core.
I have told you that
said,
I am not one to
and for
discuss
God's
my
sakes
past.
don't kill anyone on that freighter lol, he knows you too well Rob lol.
Yeah, I'm a little bit free with that blaster. Whatever you've done, I won't hold it against you unless it's titties.
Thank you. I appreciate the reassurance, but I would like to try. I promised to provide for my family. That meant working with smugglers to procure supplies we could not acquire any other way. I have spent my adult life away from my home, jumping from one planet to the next, living in dangerous conditions, often surrounded by violence. It certainly influenced the way I see the universe. I was convinced from the beginning that it was unwise to let anyone get too close. I had, maybe not quite friends, but people I cared about. Yet there was always a distance I could not reach across. I often find other people complicated and confusing.
Yet that's people.
It seemed easier to not become attached, especially when circumstances meant I might never see them again, with no warning. Until now, I have disagreed strongly with that idea. But therein lies my concern. What I am trying to say is that I now wonder whether it has been the right decision to distance myself from others. I appreciate that more than you know. Yes? Back to it then.
Heard you boarded the key. I can't imagine what's
00 Core said, the way that Andrija talks and explains things makes me think she is the victim of a great many atrocities.
She definitely is. And unfortunately, a great many of those atrocities were committed by her on her. Because of the way she was raised. Now we're going to find out if that shielded cargo
Pressure normalizing. Undocking complete.
is as good as we hope it is. We have saved. And we are going to Coruscant. How good is our shielded cargo?
You have entered Imperial space. Maintain course and prepare to be scanned.
I have a 71% chance of evading the scan.
Scan complete. Welcome to Lowtown. You are cleared to land.
That is a good percentage chance of evading. I don't think
Landing site looks clear. Let's sit it down.
I could get a much better chance. Maybe and I think I just finished the quest. Yep. It automatically offloads. So I am going to stretch my legs. I will be back in less than 5 minutes. Please refresh your drink, grab yourself a snack, stretch your own legs. I'll be right back. I am back. Thank you for your patience. That smuggling run was very lucrative. I prefer the smuggling over the
00 Core
piracy ones.
said, WB Rob, I ate a can of unsweetened applesauce, yummy.
I prefer my applesauce unsweetened. Apples are plenty sweet on their own.
Lifting off now. Retro's firing. Orbit stabilized.
One of the things we can do if we want to go
said,
looking for
Agreed,
pirates.
apples taste great without sweetening.
Well, I just found Hoth by accident. I can choose a moon at random. Pirates like to hang out around moons. And as long as they're not part of the collective, when I cruise into the orbit, what's over here? Grissom. What's the Grissom? That name sounds familiar to me. I want to go see the Grissom. This just sounds familiar to me. That's not the Grissom. Got it targeted, and yet I can't hail it. If I'm not mistaken, this might be a treasure ship. This might be something I can board and loot.
Docking cycle complete.
Perhaps we can find some indication of why this ship was vacated.
Unexpected. Took the ship systems out and they're having trouble restarting. They're
If we want to get at whatever is inside this vault,
collective.
we need to restore power.
Nobody can stop the Shadow Collective.
As long as the credits keep rolling in, life's
Alright, I need to find the power and get it running again. They tried to do a system restart, but it didn't work.
Does the Empire really think the fleet scares us?
Pardon me.
The ship could be deteriorating. We should not stay long.
ISP pamphlet. Ship missiles permanently do more damage. Alright, this office did nothing but give me that pamphlet.
Either the crew abandoned this vessel, or they were forcibly removed.
This computer doesn't do anything. I'm trying to find a way to restart the power. To open that door. Not above picking the lock, though.
Reese Dancer said,
"Hey Reese,
howdy RP and chat, TGIF.
Can you get that done?
How are you tonight?"
Whoever crewed the ship may have left supplies behind. We should investigate.
00 Core said, hello Reese.
That's the only thing in that computer is the outgoing message. This computer isn't accessible. We can't open that door without the power on.
Reese Dancer said, doing good, got plans Sunday so knocked out some weekend chores after work today, and now it's time to be a couch potato.
Nice. Well, I hope that your potatoing is going well. Yeah, if I wasn't in the collective, you'd be dead already. So just chill out, Mr. Collective Brain.
Always looking for the next mark.
I am at a loss. None of these computers give me access. I would have thought they would. I think I'm out of places to go. There is nothing in this ship for me to do.
Does the Empire really think the fleet scares us?
Maybe there's a mission that'll bring me to this ship at some point, and then the computers will let me have access. But for now, no.
We've detached. Let's get out of here.
I agree. That was kind of a waste. Yeah. Go that way. I want to find somebody not in the collective so I can shoot them. Wow, nobody is out here. Not even Matthias. Didn't he promise to ambush me? Somebody just jumped into the system. Lots of people just jumped into the system. None of them won. Anything to do with me.
Jump complete. Normal propulsion restored.
Let me get some fancy clothes on. That's a Starliner. I think I'm going to use the Pike Syndicate Overboss suit, because that is fancy. Look at my fancy space underwear. No, it's... Yeah, it's currently on hide. in settlements. So when we dock, that should count as a settlement.
We have a clean dock, right on the money.
It's still showing my armor. Nope. I guess it doesn't count as a settlement. It's high value, but not as good as mine. Again, high value, not as good as mine. Oh, what's my, I have 3 skill points. I can take that last rank of Persuade. I could take another rank in Wellness. I still have taken no ranks in Science. I can now do master level locks. That's important.
Reese Dancer said, "How's the hunt going?"
It's not going bad.
Reese Dancer said, "And how are you this evening?"
About time you showed up. All right, I want to know what's going on. I've been trying to get Gar's attention for, I don't know, 3 years now. And what do I get? Nothing but radio silence. Then
I'm doing okay, Reese.
Closing in on a huge
Unfortunately,
Gar orders me to help
we
you out.
haven't found a new place yet. And to add to the difficulty, my wife's insurance has decided she is not staying at the hospital. She's coming home. So we're going to have to do home care while looking for an apartment.
Yeah, I figured you'd say something like that. Just another one of Gar's loyal little soldiers, huh? Fine, have it your way.
So Neva's message said you were here for Dombrowski. Was that all she sent you here to do? Or was there something else you were sent here to steal? Oh, really? Did she now? I can't believe she's trying to cut me out of this deal. Without me, the award never would have ended up here in the first place.
Reese Dancer said,
She told you to hold
"Oh man,
on for me.
talk about kicking ya while you're down. I'm so sorry y'all are going through this."
I'll help.
Yeah,
But you're
it's
doing all the legwork, and I'm still taking my cut.
it's a rough one.
Anyway, we'll get to that later. First, we have a much bigger fish to fry.
So, why are you targeting a banking clan executive anyway? Not exactly your average Shadow Collective prey. Why the interest?
Merchant vessels, transport, supply convoys, mining settlements. You get the picture.
But taking on a megacorp, that's a really big deal. Something the Shadow Collective stayed away from in the past. Sounds to me like Gar's either getting desperate, or this is leading to an even bigger score down the road.
Oh, I see. We're playing this game now. Fine, fine. Well, you might as well turn around and hop back aboard your ship because you're not getting near Dombrowski without my help.
It would seem we have little choice in the matter. We should hear him out.
Oh no. No, no, no. Gar isn't going to drop credits on the table and be done with it. I don't want money. I want back into the Shadow Collective. It's as simple as that.
Fine. You want to play it that way and suit yourself. Dombrowski's a full-timer aboard the Siren of the Stars. Probably spends more time cruising the space lanes than actually working. Fortunately, the Siren is hosting the Tehran Preservation Society charity gala. Larry won't be able to resist showing off his VIP clout. To get what you need, you're gonna have to attend the gala, talk to his fellow philanthropists, and dig up some dirt.
Oh no. Is shooting everyone an option? Alternately shooting ourselves to avoid it?
Yeah, well, lucky for you, it's not black tie, so you'll be fine. This card will allow you to access the Starfield vault. If you need my help, I'll be relaxing in one of the upper-level lounges. Head inside and mingle with the crowd. No one likes Dombrowski, so they'll be more than happy to share his dirty secrets.
All right, Speedy. Take it easy. You're not going to find that kind of junk aboard a Alderaan Starliner. Oh, there's one last thing. Alderaan equips all of their Starliners with the latest in acoustic threat detection.
Meaning that you lose patience and kill anyone aboard the ship. Security will be alerted and all hell will break loose. Anyway, I suppose that's enough to get you started. Good luck. As long as you remember that I'm getting paid my cut, I'll help you with anything you want.
What's the status of your plan? I once saw Neva strip down an Imperial dreadnought and sell the parts back to the Empire through a shell company.
If that doesn't put your concerns to rest, I don't know what will. Now tell me, what about the status of your plan? How can I help? Okay, then let me point you to the person in charge of the award. Her name's Sheila Holbrook, and you can probably find her in the Starfield boat. I'd press her to reveal where the award's hidden, and we can go from there. And if you're thinking of pulling the trigger on poor Miss Holbrook, remember that any gunfire is gonna set off the ship's alarms. They claim their goal is to celebrate the soul of Terrace, the culture, the people, and the ideals of the past. In their minds, Terrace is now dead, which is why they feel that preservation of its remaining aspects is so important. In reality, this is what happens when folks with far too much time and far too much money get together to make themselves feel like they're contributing to society.
I know the type.
Oh, and while you're at the gala, avoid the canapes. They're frozen, not fresh.
Shh, listen. Can't hear the engines, can ya? You're not gonna find better tuned engines anywhere else in the settled systems.
There.
Reese Dancer said, "Oh, I totally thought you were doing a different quest."
Every day that I wake up in my bunk, I count my blessings to have been posted to a ship like the Siren of the Stars.
Captain Rokov said you're allowed in any of the crew-specific areas. Just don't touch anything, please.
He's the captain of the ship?
Reese Dancer said, "This is cruise ship with the award."
Yes,
Reese
it is.
Dancer said,
There's nothing quite like the view from the Starfield.
Yes, it is, Reese. Did she take her armor off because I took my armor off? Or... She did. Wow. Let's inquire about the statue.
Is this important? I don't have a lot of time for idle nonsense. Yes, I'm extremely busy preparing for the award ceremony,
Reese Dancer
so this better be important.
said, "Oh, that's weird." Reese Dancer
Yes, I am.
said,
Actually,
"Do they
I've been
normally do
entrusted
that?"
with the transfer of the
I don't think they do in the
last
base
7
game.
of its 9 years. Why do you ask? Yes, it's quite marvelous, isn't it? Absolutely priceless. Alas, I'm afraid you'll just have to wait for the ceremony to see it in all its glory. It's far too valuable to be left anywhere else except the master's safe located at the purser's office. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have much more important things on my agenda than to speak to the likes of you.
The likes of me.
So, what brings you aboard?
I certainly hope they decide to hold all future Society events aboard a Starliner.
Hello. Are you a member of the Society? Pleased to make your acquaintance.
You certainly hope so.
Mind moving along? I'm trying to enjoy the celebration. Sorry, I'm busy. Maybe we'll talk another time.
Here for business or pleasure?
Yes.
Quite a lovely Starliner. Nothing but the best for the Society, eh?
Have you tried the canapes? Horrid. Positively horrid.
An open bar would have been nice, but Trident's gouging us for every credit we've got.
That view is absolutely spectacular, isn't it? The Society chair has really outdone
You would
herself this
expect that named people
Quite
are
a lovely
talkable.
Starliner. Nothing but the best for the Society, eh?
Here for business or pleasure? Have you tried the canapes? Horrid.
In the event of a lockdown, remember to return to your cabin in a quiet and orderly fashion.
The Society chair has really outdone herself this time.
If you want to dine at Captain Brokoff's table during dinner service, it's only an additional 5,000.
Yeah, can we do this later? I'm busy.
That view is absolutely spectacular, isn't it? Dombrowski is married to some poor woman that he constantly leaves behind in New Atlantis when he goes on his business trips. Donations to the Society can be debited from my bank account on a monthly basis. I barely have to lift a finger to help.
And no one would want you to lift a finger to help.
Benjamin Bayou of Neon won the award the first time it was presented, but he dropped out of the Society a couple years back. Enjoy the rest of the event.
I certainly hope they decide to hold all future Society events aboard the Starliner. I heard it's fitted with 12 internally flawless 2-carat blue diamonds. Can you believe that?
Yes. Diamonds are actually quite common.
Let's put it this way. He screwed over so many people. If he suddenly disappeared from the universe, I don't think anyone would miss him. I'm a silver member of the Society, but only 100,000 more credits, and I hit the gold tier. Nice to have met you.
Hey, Red.
An open bar would have been nice, but Trident's gouging us for every credit we've got. The considerable amounts of cash that Dombrowski donates is the only reason we allow him to attend Society functions. It's critical that the Society keeps the memories of Earth alive in our hearts. I'm doing my part by attending this spectacular event. Don't forget to donate to the cause.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
So, what brings you aboard?
Hello. Are you a member of the Society?
His behavior toward women is abominable. That man really ought to be ashamed of himself. The Society was founded about 8 years ago by Carl S.A. Worthington, a prominent businessman from New Atlantis. This is going to be the 9th Earth Savior Award ceremony, but the first time it's ever been held aboard a Starliner. Well, that was boring.
Hello, are you a member of the Society? I don't know why Larry's attending this event. He could care less about any planet, let alone the Earth. Not much, other than the fact that they host these wonderfully entertaining gala events every month. That's all then? Okay.
Did I talk to you already?
An open bar would have been nice. But right, he's been spending a lot of time with Claudia Swist. Quality time, if you catch my meaning. I'm certain his wife doesn't know a thing about it. It's a shame that the Earth ended in such a sorry state, but I'm glad the Society has the nerve to do something about it. Sheila Holbrook is chair of the awards committee this year. The way she dotes over that glorified trophy, you'd think it was her own child.
Thank you.
Nice to have met you.
Talk to Claudia Swist. You know, the slut upstairs.
This is not the very definition of decadence. I do not know what is.
Cruise ships always are, dear.
Sorry, do I know you? Okay, wait, are you seriously... Are you trying to pick me
Reese
up?
Dancer
Look,
said,
I
"Is that
appreciate the
Andrija
compliment,
with you?
but I'm
I love that
already
hair."
someone, and my partner doesn't like competition. He gets very jealous.
Yes, that is Andrija with me. Andrija is my favorite companion.
I can't believe this is happening. I told Larry to keep his big mouth shut, but did he listen? No. He had to impress his friends and treat me like a trophy. Look, I've been in this business for a long time, and I know how this game works, so let's skip all the banter and get it over with. What's it gonna take to make us both happy?
Will her credentials work?
You're not very bright, are you? I'm a grade C3 exec at the banking clan. That means my credentials get me into two places. The front door and the ladies' room. If that's all you really want, you're certainly welcome to them. You're willing to pay me to give you dirt on Larry? Sorry, I thought I'd end up on the short end of the deal. You know, this whole thing really pisses me off. Larry and I had the perfect scheme worth thousands of credits all worked out, and then he goes and flushes the whole thing down the toilet.
I do not understand. Your anger is focused on Mr. Dombrowski, but clearly the failure of this plan rests on you as well.
If you had to work near him day in and day out, I think you'd understand. He's a disgusting pig, plain and simple. Oh, angry isn't even the right word. The plan was solid. Larry got together with myself and this other guy, Gabriel Vera. He's high up in the Imperial chain. I doctored the transactions. Larry wiped them off the system, and Vera kept the legal pressure off of us. We were scamming the banking clan for months. It was going well until I discovered Larry was cheating everyone by changing each transaction in his favor before deleting them. I wish I had some. Maybe you should try talking to Gabriel Vera. He should be around here somewhere. If he doesn't want to cooperate, just mention my name. That should grab his attention. Good luck. You're gonna need it. I wrote a computer algorithm that basically creates a randomized number of false ghost credits that mimic the crypto key of actual credits. Then the algorithm simply passes the ghost credits to whatever legit transfers that the bank transacts. The genuine credits enter a dummy account. The best part is that I also alter the crypto keys as the real cash flows into our accounts. By the time it lands in our pockets, the creds are clean. So, on paper, it appears that all of the bank's transactions are covered, when it's really just our ghosted dummy creds. Genius, right?
The scary part is this sounds like something that a real bank could do if they had access to cryptocurrency.
What, are you writing a damn novel? Fine. Vera works for Imperial Security, so he kept a lookout on their comm channels for any banking clan chatter. I guess you could call him our early warning system. And Dombrowski made sure that all of the crypto manipulation I was working on didn't turn up in the banking clan's automatic audits. You need top clearance for that kind of access, so we had to cut him in. Whether we liked it or not. What do you think is going on? I'm using that gullible idiot to get what I want. If I have to squash him on my way to the top, then so be it.
00 core.
Let's get one thing straight.
Said.
Larry Dombrowski's
And the
no
banks are
saint.
already
He
trying to
deserves
make their own
everything that's coming to him.
cryptocurrencies. Some I think may already have one started at this point, not sure.
Most banks have a cryptocurrency
Reese
in the
Dancer
making, Zero.
said. I was just gonna say, how scary is that? How real that could be in this day and age with digital currency.
The U.S. government has been trying to develop a cryptocurrency. Most governments worldwide want a cryptocurrency. The only problem with cryptocurrency is when governments control them, governments can issue more. The idea behind cryptocurrency is there is a set amount when it's created, and that's why it has value.
Yes, no judgment. But I am curious to hear a bit more.
It doesn't matter if you're here to judge me or not, because there's nothing to judge. Dombrowski is a piece of human garbage. He'd stab you in the back for table scraps, then stab you again to steal dessert. The plan's always been to milk the guy for everything he's worth, and then leave him in the dust. Not bad for a lowly banking clan worker drone, right? I hope you hurt Dombrowski. Nail his ass right to the wall.
Zero core said. Cryptocurrency only exists in the blockchain for as many blocks as were originally created. After that they are just being traded, not created. You can't just make crypto coin from thin air. 00 core said.
That's not how
That's
it
what
will.
the miners do. They are the ones who actually create the blockchain cryptocurrency.
That's not how it will work if governments are creating it.
Welcome to the purser's office. I'm Chief Purser Murata. How can I be of assistance today?
That's the problem.
I've only seen it briefly myself, but I can assure you that it's quite lovely. Unfortunately, the item is locked inside of our safe, which can only be accessed by presenting an appropriate claim ID. Is there anything else I can assist you with today? Absolutely. The safe is magnetically sealed and shielded with
00
multiple
core
layers of fully
said,
damage-resistant,
I don't understand
vacuum-proof
how they
plating.
could crypto that
In the
doesn't have a
unlikely
physical
event our vessel
blockchain
is
attached.
boarded and the threat detection
They are
alarm is
trying
triggered,
to
the
develop
safe will
the
be permanently
system
sealed until
so
it
that
reaches
they
port.
can
In the
create
even
more
unlikely event this
Zero.
ship is destroyed,
That's
I can
why
assure you that
they
your
don't
loved
have
ones will
it
be able
yet.
to recover your goods from the wreckage. So, as you can imagine, your
00
property will be
core
completely secure until
said,
you decide to retrieve
Here
them
I
from
am
our
saying
safe.
things like physical when talking about something completely digital, lol.
I know what but you know what I'm saying. The US government wants a digital currency. If they can develop that digital currency, they will only do it if they can create more when they demand more. And that is why it does not actually exist yet.
An excellent question. My responsibilities include all of the Siren's financial, customs, and commercial goods transfers. Honestly, I really enjoy the work. I get to meet people at every port of call instead of being constantly stuck through a
00
mix.
core said, so they just want what they already have but digitally.
Exactly, but they want to take advantage of the people who already believe in the digital currency as not being manipulative so that they can get away with manipulating currency.
Well, if you change your mind, I'll be here. Have a wonderful trip. I'm sorry. It's against Trident policy to discuss our personal feelings towards a fellow crewmate. I don't want to lose my job. Why should I tell you? I don't have time for this. That's what I'm hoping. I hope I can trust you. I'm glad you understand the position I'm in here. All right, but you didn't hear this from me. Do you understand? I don't want to lose my job. I like Captain Rokov, but I think he's mixed up with some very dangerous people. I was bringing some paperwork to his quarters one day, and I found a slate with a message he received from someone named Delgado. That would normally be fine, but the message mentions the Crimson Fleet, as in pirates. Can you believe it? If we want to grab it, the slate should still be in his quarters. Somewhere. Don't forget to tell your friends how much you enjoy the cruise.
Yeah, I can definitely not pick that computer in front of her. There's a slate in the captain's quarters. That mentions the Crimson Fleet, which is the collective. That's a loose end that I should clean up. Dombrowski's quarters. Sheila Holbrook.
Due to an unfortunate accident...
A sharp contrast from the crew quarters, is it not?
If you have any little ones aboard, story time with Sarina will be held in the ship's library this evening.
We have a range of excursions available at all of our destinations. All the details are in your packet.
Passenger Grayson slate. It's an absolute disaster. You never told me that I'd only be able to take one valet on this cruise. Imagine how it felt when I had to send the other 3 home at the Siren's departure station. You won't believe it, but I actually had to carry my own bag.
00 core.
Can you imagine the humiliation?
I want that bed frame.
Oh well, at least the food on board is halfway decent. The wine, however, disgusting. I think Trident neglected to hire a proper sommelier. Thank goodness I brought a few bottles from our cellars. Anyway, that's all for now. I guess I'll see you when this horror show is over. As always, your loving son, Hannibal. Okay, now how the hell do you send this? Hello? Isn't this voice activated? No? You stupid thing, stop printing what I'm... Ugh! This is preposterous. Send! No, send! You stupid piece of junk! Wait until my father hears about this! That is a rather nice bed, isn't it? I think I would put a pull-out drawer in the foot area. But yeah, that is a rather nice bed. I hope I captured the spirit of that note. I don't know where the captain's quarters are.
Reese Dancer said, "Tell me you're a silver spoon without telling me you're a silver spoon." Reese Dancer said, "You did."
I've definitely heard that voice before, haven't I?
So, what brings you aboard?
Quite an event.
My legs. Nice use of your jump pack.
Hello. You here for the charity event? Oh, I'm afraid that's a bit outside my wheelhouse. I work for the Empire, so I don't think I can be of much help. I have nothing to do with the banking clan. Claudia sent you, did she? Look, friend, I don't know if you're just a little drunk, maybe a touch crazy, or both. Whatever you think you know about me, you're dead wrong. So back off.
We both know exactly who you are.
And we have you surrounded. And Andreja did that randomly.
Just in case you weren't aware, I am the authorities. Anything you try to report will boil down to your word against mine. And since I work for the Galactic Empire, who do you think people will believe?
Oh, good, Rokov. I want to talk to Rokov. Why do I want to talk to her again? Oh, I might be able to get the claim ID.
Must you continue these unwelcome interruptions? I'm a very busy woman.
Not at all. I was assured that this particular ship was outfitted with the absolute latest in cutting-edge security. I am completely confident that Alderaan Luxury Lines will keep all of us safe. Excuse me? And why in goodness name would I do something as foolish as that? And why in goodness name would I possibly agree to that ridiculous demand? That's what I'm hoping. Maybe we can work something out. Nice try, but no. This is utterly preposterous.
They didn't give me any options. I have a plus 50%.
I should say so. The nerve of you to even ask something so stupid.
I have a plus 50% on persuasion checks, and they gave me no options. That's fucking ridiculous.
I saw your little exchange with Vera. Keep that up, and I guarantee that imbecile's gonna demand that you be arrested. Oh, absolutely. He's a higher up for the Empire. Lots of pull. We have to handle this very delicately. Which is why he's threatening you. That makes sense. We need hard evidence of their scheme. It's gonna be tricky. The problem is he's not gonna talk to you in public. We need to get Vera isolated so he'll spill everything he knows. Maybe. But if something goes wrong, and he's able to raise an alarm, we're sunk. With all of these wealthy patrons aboard, the ship is crawling with security. Smart. If there's an emergency, standard practice is for all passengers to clear the decks and report to their cabins for lockdown. I think the best chance we have would be to tamper with the life support sensors. Manipulate a few controls, and you can fool the monitoring system into thinking there's a life support failure. And there you have your emergency.
Well, sounds like someone has been reading starship manuals in their spare time.
I have no idea what all of that technical jargon meant. It caused enough confusion, and it will buy us plenty of time. One more thing. If Chief Engineer Sundin gives you any trouble, tell him I'll erase that gambling debt he owes me. I'd prefer you use that as a last resort. Hey, what's the harm in losing a few credits when I'm on the brink of rejoining the collective, right? Anyway, I'd better start packing. Things are getting hot around here, and won't be long before Alderaan figures out you had help. All passengers are instructed to immediately report to their cabins. That way we keep the halls clear and avoid a panic. Fortunately for us, all of the passenger cabin doors will automatically unlock. This is normally to ensure the crew can check cabins quickly and without interference. But in our case, it's like having an all-access pass.
Nice! Alright, folks. I am going to take a very quick break. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. Alright, folks, I am back. Thank you very much for allowing me that break.
There's access to the crew section that you can reach through the Starfield board. Chief Sundin should be there, wasting time at the station as usual.
I'm kind of irritated about that persuade check.
Just look for the room marked environmental control. Everything you need is inside.
Having only the red 5 available at the end Not very cool.
Go do something useful, okay?
Oh, shut up, Rostov. You're never getting back into the collective.
Any complaints about your cruise should be directed to one of the staff.
You're on the staff.
If you have the time, I wish to speak to you.
I will always speak
Yes,
to you,
will you
Andresia.
meet me? I have something I wanted to say. But I confess I am afraid of how you will react. I am reluctant to put that to the test. But it is necessary that we are honest with each other. I know that you said you prefer to be surrounded by others, unlike me. But Constellation means something to us both. And I must be honest about why. The little I have spoken of my history has been nothing but truth. I worked with smugglers. I have caused my share of pain and suffering. What I have left out, until now, is that all of that was done on behalf of House Varun. My people. My family. I am not joking. I was born in the great city of
I
Dacia
said that if it came from
and
someone
raised
else,
with
it was
the
a joke.
teachings of Jinan Varun. I underwent the rite of Krejar when I came of age. I am of the promised, those who know the truth of the great serpent and his inevitable return.
Just saying,
Where's my light?
we are still using it. Haven't done yet.
What are you in here for?
Say if the pork chops on your fridge.
I didn't see anybody put pork chops in my fridge.
Wow. No, I didn't see.
Zero Core said, "That granny from Irregular before my mom called me head-shaped arms makes me think she works out, lol."
I'm torn between the I don't care about your past and the I hope this isn't one of those now I have to kill you scenarios. Because I'm sarcastic enough for 4.
Zero Core said, "I like 4 personally."
Yeah, so do I. And I hope she understands that's humor.
Your ability to find the humor in a situation is remarkable.
She understands
I will
humor.
not kill you for knowing, but you must understand that this is privileged information. Several years ago, I intercepted requests from Constellation to access Varun's space, speaking only of exploration. I was sent to infiltrate Constellation, posing as a former smuggler looking for a new purpose in life. That was the intent, yes. The reality is more complicated. Several weeks after I arrived, I attempted to access secure records within Constellation's archives. Vladimir and Sarah were waiting for me. Quite an understatement. I was horrified. My failure would be reported to the High Council, and the penalty would be severe. You are now the third person within Constellation to know. You and I have spent so much time together. It has been increasingly difficult to keep this from you. And I am sorry for that. Telling you this violates so many of the orders I was given. But it was the right thing to do. I can feel that. You have no idea what a relief that is. Thank you for trusting me.
Hey, you're still just Andresia to me. Now let's go sabotage the life support system. Let's go turn off the oxygen. You're not evil. Let's go turn off the oxygen. No, this is the bursar's office.
If is any indication, I imagine there is an incredible amount of wealth stored in there right now.
We just have to find our way.
Haven't you gotten enough out of me already?
00 Core said. I'm glad she understood the humorous option. That was great.
It is great. What's that one? Speak to Chief Engineer Sandin. That's where I need to go then. What is that one? Acquire the ES Award Claim ID. There's an option down there to get the claim ID. I'm intrigued. There's a claim ID to be acquired in this direction. I have to search. Down! Down, I say! How do I move down?
Zero Core.
Well, that doesn't go anywhere.
Could it be in the water?
No, it's not in the water.
Captain Rokov is one of the most easygoing COs I've ever worked with.
This is one of Trident's top-of-the-line vessels. Head of a ship, isn't it?
You're awesome. Let's get you all a commendation.
Best part of my job is getting a crack at all the leftovers from the dining area, Professor.
No, that's not gonna get me down. I saw the person I need to talk to.
Rokov, right?
Yes, I am.
Trident must have spent a fortune.
I saw the person I need to talk to walking around down there, but they're in... This thing is a cage. How do I get down to them? That's not the way down.
These newer vessels more or less run autonomously, which doesn't leave much for the crew
The
to
ballroom is definitely not the way down in the crew area.
Between you and me, the best part of my job is getting a crack at all the leftovers from the dining area.
Alright, this goes down. You!
Shouldn't you be on your way to Sundin?
00 Core said. This is what always drives me nuts in this game is how easy it is to get lost in general LOL.
Why can't I talk to you? Stand up. There you go.
Now what? As long as you remember that I'm getting paid my cut, I'll help you with anything you want. What's the status of your plan? Like the ship's purser probably told you, it's because the system is completely automated. The only way you're gonna get the award is by using Sheila's claim ID, which is not going to just hand it over. Here, give her this. I'm certain it'll help. And if you're thinking of pulling the trigger on poor Miss Holbrook, remember that any gunfire is gonna set off the ship's alarms. Don't you have somewhere to be?
Hey, I just found my way down to you. I'm not even sure how you got down there. I'm trying to get the trophy before I do the main quest. Because if I do the trophy before the main quest, that's chief engineer. I have to go back to the ballroom, don't I? Where's fucking ballroom now? Oh, good God, where the fuck am I now? This is the thing about the layout of some of these ships that I hate. You can't find your way anywhere. They're circular hallways.
Must you continue these unwelcome interruptions? I'm a very busy woman.
You're standing around looking at a fucking tablet.
Excuse me? And why in goodness name would I do something as foolish as that?
00 Core said. It's the whole game, not just the ships, in my opinion. LOL.
There's no need to make a
00
scene.
Core
If you're here to steal
said,
the award, there's nothing
Buff Granny
I can really do
returns.
about that, is there? Here, take it.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
I'm sorry, but unless you're reporting a...
all those circular hallways just frustrate the ever-living hell out of me. All right. Now I can go see the chief engineer. What he's doing in the ballroom, I don't know. He should be in engineering.
That view is absolutely spectacular.
This is well maintained, to be sure, but obviously the credits have all been spent on the areas the guests actually see.
Hey, hold up. This area is off limits to passengers. Wait a second. You're Captain Rocco's guest, right? Didn't expect to see you down here. Sorry, trouble. What can I do for you? Yeah, a little. A few of the techs call this deck the dungeon. I think you can see why. Not exactly Starliner class comfort down here. Don't get me wrong.
You should get better chairs. You'd feel more comfortable.
Catch up on work and all that, but I'd rather work on the bridge. I'm the Siren's chief engineer. Elderon put me in charge of the entire tech team. We do our best to keep the ship running smoothly and efficiently. Of course, this beauty is a cutting-edge piece of spacecraft design.
Better chairs
Everything has triple
will make it better.
redundancy, like the life support system. Unfortunately, that means there's quite a bit of downtime. Could be worse, though, right? Oh, sorry, that area's off limits. No exceptions. Ah, you're a fellow techie, huh? I can respect that. Tell you what, I'm just going to step out for a bit and stretch my legs. Maybe you can hold this for me while I'm away? Yeah, a little. A few of the techs call this deck the dungeon. I think you can see why. Not exactly Don't get me wrong. Honestly, he's a seasoned ship captain. He told me he was a long hauler for years, and the experience shows. Only thing is, he's always talking about trade deals and plans for get-rich-quick schemes. It's all the guy ever thinks about. Why he decided to be a Starliner captain, I'll never know. It's almost like he craves being around money. Tell you what, though, for someone that loves credit so
Reese
much, he
Dancer
sure doesn't mind gambling
said,
when we play cards.
I'm kinda dozing in and out but still here.
Remember not.
All right, Reese.
Please.
Don't even wait until he finishes jogging down the hall.
attention, please? The captain has declared a ship-wide emergency. Please report to your cabins in an orderly fashion and remain there until you receive further instructions.
I do not have to kill him. That's entirely optional.
Much nicer in here now. Plenty of room.
All passengers are being asked to return to their cabins at this time.
Yeah, I'm returning to a cabin at this time. Come on in. Come on in. Come on. Come on. I'm halfway across the room. Thank you, babe. Yeah, you are so slow.
All passengers, may I have your attention, please?
I was wondering if you were the cause of the ship-wide emergency. It's time you stop playing games and tell me why you're here.
And remain there until you receive further instructions.
You're working for Akandi's ISB anti-pirating outfit? So what? I have nothing to do with the Shadow Collective. And even if I suddenly decided to stay loyal to the old empire, why would I possibly want to incriminate myself by handing over evidence? Claudia said that. You sure? Damn it! That means my money's already gone. And Dombrowski's going to walk away with a fortune. I'd love to see the bastard fry, but if I give you that information, and it falls into the wrong hands, I could end up in an Imperial death camp. At least I walk away with something. All right, you have yourself a deal. Here, with this data pad and this recording to tie it all together, you'll be able to nail his ass to the wall. He'll do whatever you want. Just remember that you promised to leave me out of it. Wait a moment. Are you telling me that this scheme is getting so out of hand, it also involves the Shadow Collective? That's all I need right now. Enemies on two fronts. Just because I'm helping you nail Dombrowski doesn't mean I'm turning my back on the Empire. How else am I going to ensure that he ends up behind bars when all this comes crashing down? No. You can leave me out of your merry little band of pirates. Thank you very much. I wasn't lying when I said I didn't know anything about your undercover work, if that's what you're trying to imply. All I can tell you is that there's more than a few people at Mast who find Commander Akande to be a huge pain in the ass. I mean, the Empire is aware that the Shadow Collective is a problem, but it pales...
Yeah, Akande is a huge pain in the ass, by the way.
Akande's loaded with big picture ideas, but not a ton of evidence
A
to put them in
huge
action.
pain in the ass.
Frankly, it's driving my superiors crazy. Well, since Claudia has been spending time disgustingly close to Dombrowski, I think she's suffered enough. On the other hand, I've got very, very special plans for Larry. I have some friends that can, well, let's just say, take care of the problem. That's if you leave him alive, of course. We'll just have to wait and see. You better tell Dombrowski to run, because if you don't kill him, I will.
Oh, I'm leaving him alive. Confront Larry. Larry's gonna die. Just not by my hand.
All passengers, may I have your attention, please? The captain has declared a ship-wide emergency. Please report to your cabins in an orderly fashion and remain there until you receive further instructions.
You must be the one who's been accosting Claudia and Gabriel. I'm uncertain what you hope to accomplish here, but it appears we should rapidly enter into some sort of negotiation. Excellent, excellent. So, before we begin, let's review the facts. First, it's clear that you've obtained insider knowledge of my arrangement to defraud...
It's Bellathor!
The means and the method, perhaps, but not the motive. And second, I'm going to hypothesize that my compatriots are despondent regarding their share and have assisted you with this endeavor. Since we're speaking, and I'm not at the reporting end of a blaster, this leads me to conclude that you desire something personal from me. I see. That certainly places a damper on our negotiations. Perhaps I can hasten my diatribe to temper your violence-ridden contribution. In blunt terms, you have compromising materials about me in your possession. The only thing I have to offer in return are my banking plan credentials. I assume that's what you've been angling for all along?
Will there be much more of this? My head is starting to hurt.
Oh, it was actually a rather
Automatic
easy deduction to
said,
make.
"Hello, Rob and company.
Otto!
Able to get those 2 loads of laundry through."
It appears we've reached...
I did get both my loads of laundry done yesterday.
Yo, Otto sub.
Welcome aboard, my friend.
Like we have a deal. Oh, of course, I trust you'll understand if I ask for us to avoid any further contact. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to formulate how I'm going to utterly ruin
said,
2 very annoying
"Hi Zero,
business associates.
hope you're doing well."
Good day.
Automatic said, "Nice."
Return to Roka. So even though I would rather slap...
This ship is in a state of emergency. Please return to your cabin immediately.
No.
Well, looks like everything worked out just like we planned. I'm glad you feel that way. Just remember to tell Gar how much I pitched into help. You know, I'm still wondering exactly what you needed those credentials for. You feel like telling me, partner? Of course. I understand completely. Anyway, I suppose there's nothing stopping you from
Core
joining the collective now.
said,
It's been a
I'm
long
actually doing pretty good, really.
I owe you
Thanks.
one, Stubborn.
Hope you are well too, Otto.
Don't worry, it's not an insult. It's a very old Huttese word for friend. It's what I intend to call you from now on, so get used to it. Nonsense. If there's one universal constant you can depend on, it's that Yevgeny Rokov always makes good on his deals. Always. Well, I suppose...
You know what,
this is where
Rokov?
we part company. Hopefully the next time we meet, we'll be aboard.
I am going to recommend that you rejoin the collective.
Automatic said, "That's awesome. Me too. Things are good. Thanks."
We're going back home. If I can find my way off this freaking ship. I think we have to go this way to go that way. Not this way.
All passengers, may I have your attention, please? The captain has declared a ship-wide emergency. Please report to your cabins in an orderly fashion and remain there until you receive further instructions.
Try and figure out how to get the fuck off your ship. Not that I don't want to be here, but I do not want to be here. That takes me to the ballroom. I don't want to go to the ballroom. I want to go to the fucking Razor Leaf. I don't want to go to the break room either. Good God, your ship is a fucking maze.
I'm a little busy. Can't you see that there's an emergency?
You're sitting in a chair at a table eating a Little Debbie. No, I don't see there's an emergency. It would be stealing to take those. Even though I should steal them. Even though I should, Rokov, I won't.
Docking seal released.
Zero core.
Which mission went live?
I'm telling you, Rob, the devs of Starfield gave the builders of the labyrinth a run for their money, lol.
Breaking the bank. What? I'm supposed to head to New Atlantis with the to go to the archives. Got it. They did. They did. There. I was marveling about the things that were built in Mass Effect and how I might be able to build some of them in Fallout. And then there was this game. And I was like, hell no. This is built in the same engine as Fallout. And I wouldn't even try to build some of these structures. I want to build Anderson's apartment in Fallout. But I have no desire to build any Starfield structures in Fallout. And we still have embers falling.
00 Core said, if you build his apartment you will have to share the results with us.
Oh, I'll do it live. If I come up with a schematic to build it, I'll do it live. I have to fix my copy of Fallout 4 so I can do it, but I honestly feel like that is a project that's worth doing.
We're hiring if you're interested.
The stormtroopers are hiring. Do you think they'd take me with my my Leklu?
I feel the lives of nearly every individual in the settled systems are so heavily influenced by what goes on in this building.
Yes, they are.
Hello. Welcome to the Intergalactic Banking Clan Archives. May I see your credentials, please? Just one moment while I verify.
I'm going to show them an ID that says, this motherfucker's allowed
Welcome,
in.
sir. Give me a moment to log your visit, and then I'll unseal the archives. How the hell did you know that? Look, Transdoshans busted in here and said something about letting you walk into the archives, and then they're going to kill you. I'm supposed to let you in, and then get the heck out of here. They said if I didn't do exactly what they said, they'd kill me. Just be careful. I don't even know how many of them are hiding in there.
Just so I look the part. Why is my helmet being hidden? I think it's funny that they call them characters in the game call them Trandoshans. And I think that's so funny.
Give up already.
What have you got?
The spoils of victory.
00 core.
Hopefully they amount to
Said,
something.
If I had the knowledge to build 3D environments and map them out, I would help you, Rob. I can do it in my head, but that's not the same as showing someone.
Modified T-21. That's a better rifle than I've got right now. So I'm going to take that. Yeah, you've got the disadvantage of my armor occasionally sets you on fire. Go ahead, attack me. You run the risk of being set on fire just by being near my armor. Oh, boom pop, cherry. Nice. All right, I'm here to get some data. All right. Legacy, Captain Lang. Transport, credits, cred tank load. Value, classified. Transponder. Departure point, classified. Arrival point, classified. Known system position, Bannock. Bannock 4. So I've discovered where they are. And I'll be right back. I really need to get a new cylinder for my chair. This thing sinks during the course of the stream. And it's hilarious because I am a good 6 inches shorter now. Our mission is now to go back to the key. But you'll notice the only thing I've killed is the Transdoshans, or the Trandoshans. In Star Wars, they were called Trandoshans. But all the actors in the game are calling them Transdoshans. Apparently I need to go out this way. How many people do I have assigned to my ship? Only 2 are assigned to my ship. That's not true. Moara got reassigned when the shuttle got used. Damn it. Alright. I'm going to assign Andrasia to the ship. And the reason I'm going to do that is because we're here on Coruscant. And where am I? This way to the tram station. There is a spot on Coruscant that I can take Sarah to. As part of her personal relationship. That makes her happy.
How are you holding up?
So when I get back to the ship, it would make her happy. Yes.
Or the fire alarm going off.
Apparently there's a building fire alarm going off, and quite frankly, I don't care. The fire alarms in this building have never been actual fires. And I don't believe it's fire now.
Yes, my captain.
And Sarah is not on the bottom deck right now. Is Sarah not on the upper deck? There she is.
I'm doing an old history of constellations of
Ever since we talked about the Battle of Sereno, I can't get what happened out of my mind.
Was it that obvious?
I thought I could handle these memories, but until I return to Sereno, I'll never be able to put this to rest.
I would like that. Actually, I need that. One problem, though. Pinpointing the crew's shuttle wreckage is going to be like trying to find a grain of salt in a sandbox.
I think we need to start by locating my old campsite on Sereno.
What's there to tell? I survived. My crew didn't. Still, I'll never forget my finger hovering over that launch button. Would I launch safely, or explode into a fireball? It turned out that my shuttle had just enough power to allow an emergency landing on the planet's surface. I wouldn't call what I did a soft landing, but thank you all the same. Hold on. I don't know the exact location of my survival campsite.
For that, we're going to have to head to Coruscant and see if we can get the information from my old friend, Grand Admiral Batch.
Your instincts are right on target.
Batch and I butted heads more than once during my time with the Republic. We've never seen eye to eye.
Look, I hope this isn't asking too much. Last thing I want to do is drag you into some kind of personal crusade.
Crusades are my speciality.
Thanks. I really needed a laugh.
Truth is, I'm scared. When I set foot on Sereno, I don't know if I'll be able to handle what I find.
If I begin to fall apart, I'm going to need someone who can keep my spirits up. I know you will. You've always been there when I've needed your help. Why you continue to support me, I'll never understand. I don't know what to say. I've been so busy searching the stars for answers. I've overlooked what's been in front of me all this time. True love. Something I've seriously considered sharing with you for a long time. Just not ready. Not yet. You're right. I have.
Hey, anyway, I've taken up enough of your time. I know you have a lot to do. I really appreciate your offer to visit Sereno.
Hopefully, it'll bring me the closure that I've needed.
We have to go see Admiral Batch. She considers me a friend. She's now my... Is something amiss? What? Why?
Ah, hello.
All right, then.
Off if there's a fire alarm going off and we think there's a fire.
My granddaughter. If my stream suddenly ends, there's a fire. If it doesn't, there's not. I'm gonna wager it's not gonna suddenly end. And quite frankly, I'm disabled. I'm too fucked up to go downstairs. They expect me to stop what I'm doing.
Did you hear me? The fire alarm is going off.
I know I am not leaving.
Welcome to Mast. If you have an appointment, you may proceed inside.
Wow. No idea what floor to go to. Let's choose one at random. Wow, I chose the right one.
Sarah Morgan. It's been what, almost 10 years?
Admiral, it's good to see you again, sir.
You're not required to address me as sir. That protocol ended the moment you dropped your clusters on my desk, remember?
Look, Admiral, I'm not here to open old wounds.
Old wounds is an interesting turn of phrase, given our past. Listen to me, Commander. I'm not sure why you're here, but whatever it is, why don't you just get to it?
I'm here because I need your help, Admiral.
You need my help. That's interesting. The last time we spoke, you made it quite clear that you were turning your back on the Navy.
That was a decade ago. Things change. People change. Admiral, please. I didn't come here to argue. I'm here to come to terms with my past.
Your past is sitting in a closed file in the archives. That's where you left it when you walked out on the Empire. And what about you? Just who in the blazes are you anyway? Very well. Then, as a good friend, Perhaps you could kindly explain to me why I shouldn't have the both of you escorted from the building.
With all due respect, Admiral, this is ridiculous. If you have a problem with me, then there's no need to berate my colleague.
I don't have a problem with you, Commander. I'm simply trying to determine why you deserve the Navy's help. That's quite a noble gesture. Is this true, Commander?
It's about Cassiopeia, Admiral. I'm heading back there to find out what happened to the crew of the Dauntless, and hopefully, to bring their legacy home.
That sounds like a dangerous operation.
It sounds like she wants to go back and
I don't know.
rectify the past.
I see. The fact that you'd risk your own lives to solve this mystery speaks volumes.
They were my responsibility, Admiral. One way or another, I intend to bring them home.
I understand. And I believe I owe you an apology, Commander. Our last encounter has obviously distorted my impression of your character. What can I do to help?
If you wouldn't mind allowing me to access the files regarding my rescue, I'd be most grateful, Admiral.
That shouldn't be too difficult. I've sent all the relevant information to your data pads. Was there anything else?
No, Admiral. Thank you.
You don't need to thank me, Commander. I just hope you find whatever it is you're looking
Symmetrical Pharaoh 2 Axar said. Best viewers on streambo.com, remove the space, at age 95 FDFXP.
And there's my Twitch bot. Wasting. I hate Twitch bots. I'm really annoyed that I have a quest to give this woman tea that I bought for her, and it won't let me give it to her. Almost as annoyed as the public alarm in the building going off, and oh, the public alarm stopped going off. I was right, the building's not burning down. Either that or the fire enunciator panel burnt up. No, the fire enunciator panel is going off again. So the alarm stopped and restarted.
I only fly on Tayo ships.
So somebody attempted to reset the alarm, and it immediately went off again. Based on my years in security, that tells me that there's a faulty sensor. Because again, the building is not on fire.
Engines firing. Here we go.
Reese Dancer said, "Off to bed, have a great night and we'll keep the prayers coming."
Sweet dreams, Reese. Don't push yourself too hard.
It must feel good for you to see your family.
It's a weekend after all. Of course, I know you. You're going to work tomorrow.
Smooth jump. Nice work.
Give it a second after the jump to see if anybody jumps us. Nobody did.
Setting down. Everything in the green.
I can't believe I'm here. It feels like walking into a dream. Thank you. Right now, I feel like I need all the help that I can get. Phew. Okay, so let me get my bearings for a moment. Yes, this looks correct. Those rock formations nearby look familiar. My old campsite shouldn't be far. I will, I promise. Once we get to the campsite, we'll use that as a starting point to search for the cruise shuttle wreckage. Let's go.
The game's just been giving me guns that I keep forgetting it does that.
Hope you've calibrated that thing.
Nope. Never calibrate anything. Far easier to work with uncalibrated equipment. That way we get random readings. Those little critters are kind of like cockroaches.
This must be some debris from my shuttle. Not exactly a textbook landing, but I didn't have much of a choice. Keep your eyes open for hostile creatures. They have the run of this place. I'm anxious to find my old crash site. Come on.
Well, we found your old engines. How much further can the rest of your ship be?
Well, this is it. This is the spot where I spent close to a year waiting for rescue. Not exactly Paradiso, is it? Yeah? Well, inside I'm a shattered wreck. So, joke's on both of us, I suppose. Look at this thing. It's been sitting here rusting. I think we need to grab an emergency power cell to get the ship's computer up and running.
Odd Noble said, "Holy crap, you're still streaming. I was lurking when you started for a bit. Just got back from my last post-op follow-up."
Hey, Odd, welcome back. Yeah, I've been doing the Star Wars streams a little bit longer than normal so that I get a little more exposure for my situation.
That's an excellent point. I hadn't taken degradation into account. I'm glad I brought you along. When I was stranded, I set up a distress beacon powered by emergency power cells. The beacon was up there on the plateau. I guess it's time to start climbing.
See, I'm not concerned
Odd Noble
about...
said, "This Star Wars mod is epic.
It
Wish
really...
I had it on Series X."
It really is. I'm sorry that it doesn't work on consoles, but
Scan any promising leads?
there are just too many mods to fit on the console. It's 315 mods. It doesn't fit into the mod list for consoles, which is sad. And that doesn't include any future mods. Because we all know that in the future, if the author sees something that he likes, he's going to make mods to accompany it. I asked him about lightsabers, and he said he has not seen one that he likes yet. All right. Hunting Stonewalker Stalker. That is a creature.
Gonna bury you. Why are we stopping? Ask whatever you'd like. My parents considered themselves to be enlightened, but their lives were so busy they rarely pursued their beliefs. By the time I was old enough to start questioning these things, the idea of following any organized religion was almost an afterthought. Especially after the Empire outlawed it. It's not that I don't want to believe in anything. It's that my scientific mind...
I like the way that they interweaved the Star Wars
there, in the Starfield, seeing all those magnificent
lore
with my own eyes.
With
I need answers, not religious things.
the Starfield quest, so that
while we're on this journey
you
together,
can't quite
I fully intend
see
to respect your religious
where the two overlap, except for the few points where they couldn't pull out the Starfield.
Exploration is my entire life. I consider it both a career and recreation.
There's a few spots where...
That being said, I will make a confession, but you have to promise to keep it between us.
In the voice...
Before I graduated from school...
They use the original voice lines.
And no, I don't mean the...
And they use the original planet names.
A rock band.
Or the original content names.
Comet.
And it breaks out.
A ridiculous name, I know. But we were just a bunch of teenagers getting together and having fun.
And it does break
no, I wasn't the lead
the continuity. But if you look at the subtitles,
never really went anywhere,
the subtitles use the mod names to remind you what they're trying to tell you.
Oh, okay then. I hope that emergency power cell can revive the shuttle's computer.
It's very well integrated.
Odd Noble said, I'm actually kinda surprised Bethesda hasn't made a Star Wars game. I'd think they could get the rights pretty easily.
I don't think they can get the rights. I think the problem is tied up with EA and BioWare. Oh, sweetheart, sweetheart. Less crack. Less crack. Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Odd Noble said, "Ah, at RP. I bet you're absolutely right."
BioWare is and EA are very controlling of their IPs.
Odd Noble said, BioWare made Knights of the Old Republic, right? That Star Wars game was epic.
They did.
We've located where the other shuttle went down. I can't believe our plan worked. Well, we're not there yet. But damn, it does feel good. The telemetry data puts the wreckage out of range to hike. We're going to have to head back to the ship and land on a different part of the planet. Let's get going.
Odd Noble said, good times.
They also made the Old Republic MMO. And then they've actually sold the Old Republic MMO now to another company that the company that does it now is all about players.
Change of scenery.
So it's a much different dynamic. Obviously, the company wants to make money. But the company wants to make money by making players happy. Because they understand that happy players spend money. They would rather get $2 a month from 1 million happy players than $15 a month
Good to go for landing.
from 10,000 dedicated players. Because $2 a month from 1 million happy players is more than the $15 a month.
Odd Noble said, there was supposed to be a KOTOR remake, but that seemed to have slowly collapsed like a flan in a cupboard.
Well, the KOTOR remake is not entirely dead. But the longer it takes to materialize, the more likely it is that it won't happen. Pardon me, please. We recently had a windstorm here in the Vegas Valley. My allergies are in full
Look at this view. Had I been
Odd
on this
Noble
planet under more pleasant
said,
circumstances,
"Bless you."
I might have had more
Thank
time
you.
to
Definitely agree
appreciate
on
they
the
have these
Cotetter
jetpacks
topic.
for a reason, you know.
Hey, listen. If you want to be an animal and
Judging
attack
from
me,
this debris, the crew's shuttle sustained far more damage than my own. Those poor souls.
you're not gonna
This is
fare
what's
well.
left of the crew's shuttle, but it looks like parts were scavenged and dragged somewhere else. Could there have been survivors?
Yes, there could have been survivors. That's how that works. Even the most heinous crashes in airline history seem to have had survivors. But we have to go up to look for a log.
Oh, I'll shoot if I have to. Just turn around and leave. I know how to use this thing, and I will.
Oh my god. Who are you?
I'm nobody. Just go away. I'm not going to let anyone take my stuff again. No way. Both of you, just go! Yeah, sure. Try and trick me. No. No way. I'm not getting fooled again. Forget it.
Stop it right now. Put away that gun and talk to us. We want to know what happened here.
See? You're not nice at all. I knew it. You're a liar. That's all grown-ups do is lie.
Sorry. Sorry. I was wrong to get so angry. We are here to help you, and we promise to tell the truth.
I don't know. You're kind of scaring me. Why should I listen to you? The crew? No one's been looking for that crew since before I was born. So tell me another lie. Go ahead.
You were born here. Hold on. Oh my god. Parents. Your mum and your dad. What were their names?
Jenna and Elias. Why?
Jenna and Elias. Private Jenna Marsh and Corporal Elias Obrist. You're their daughter. Listen to me. I knew your parents. They worked with me on the Dauntless. I'm Commander Sarah Morgan.
You're Sarah Morgan? Mom and Dad's captain? My parents used to talk about you all the time. It's like a dream to finally meet you. Yeah? Well, I wish you wouldn't have taken so long. My parents are dead. My father died a long time ago. And my mother, she was killed by those monsters at the graveyard. It's just me here now. All by myself.
Let me ask you a question. Actually, I don't even know your name.
Oh, yeah. My name's Sona.
Sona. What a lovely name. Sona, you mentioned a graveyard. Is that where the crew is, you know?
Buried? Yeah. It's a bunch of stones with those necklaces like the ones my mom and dad had hanging on them.
Thank you, Sona. I'm going to talk to my friend here a minute, okay?
Okay, Sarah.
Phew. I don't even know where to begin. Whew. Yeah. That's probably good advice. Oh, there's so much to process.
Yeah.
I don't have time to deal with it right now. If you want to help, then find that graveyard and bring me those necklaces Sona mentioned. I'm hoping they're my crew's gene tags. Oh, I'll be fine. It's you I'm worried about. Sona's monsters are undoubtedly hostile life forms that have claimed the graveyard as their territory.
Right. And Sona's gonna shoot you in the face if you say the wrong word, and you are not exactly tactful. Oh, and I can't jump out of here because I'm in a tunnel. Yeah, I can't get out of here.
Odd Noble said, at RP, in the general section I posted the last SOT video pertaining to the next update. That deployable cannon actually seems pretty cool. It's like the Chest of Rage, but a cannon instead, lol.
It sounds like a really cool idea. I imagine that it's going to become a very salty idea.
Odd Noble said, you need a bucket of water to keep it tamed, or else your ship gets set ablaze. It'll be interesting.
That is interesting. So deploy it, but you have to control it or it falls apart. Or hurts your ship.
Odd Noble said. It does the same explosion thing the Chest of Rage does. It's pretty much a Chest of Rage deployable cannon, lol.
Nice. So there's a drawback to using it. I feel that's fair. Alright, I still have to find two more. I still have to find two more tags. Dauntless gene tag. There's my 10th tag.
Odd Noble said. Definitely a drawback. Which is good. Otherwise it would probably be hella overpowered.
It needs to have a drawback in order to make it safe to use. Because if it doesn't have any drawbacks, people like me would use it all the time. We'd have it on the bow of our boat. We'd have it on the stern of our boat. You'd never be able to approach a boat from any direction safely. And we all know that part of the tactics of Sea of Thieves.
You can also deploy it on the beach, not just your ship. Odd Noble said. LOL.
Alright, I need to take a very quick break and find out what's for dinner. I'll be back in a few minutes. That is hilarious. I went to check what was for dinner. My grandson told me the fire alarm has stopped going off.
Odd Noble.
I know.
I'm just stoked you and Alvin still play it. I halfway figured you'd get burned out on it after a while. Definitely the best part of my Wednesday, usually the most boring day of the week.
Well, you have to understand where I come from. Odd.
No! No, 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 no! How many times do I have to say it? I said I don't want to go! Leave me alone!
So now.
That's about how I imagined this discussion was going to go.
Too dangerous to stay here all by yourself, darling.
I don't care. This is my home. You can't make me leave.
We can't leave her here. It's not safe. She has to come back with us to Jemison. Oh, I don't know what to do. Can you talk to her? I know. I'm not proposing you knock her out for God's sake. Look, maybe you can talk some sense into her. Help her make a decision. I'm sorry, I can't do this right now.
I can hear you talking about me. And I don't care what either of you say. I'm not going anywhere.
Look,
Odd Noble.
I'm clearly out of my element here and not in the
You
right
keep
state
it
of mind.
going as in
Could you
homage
just
to
talk
Lady
her,
Dig.
please?
Saluting face.
Di and I have been playing the game, and as far as I'm concerned, Di's on deck every week.
Why won't Sarah listen to me? That doesn't make a lot of sense. She's only known about me for a little while. That still doesn't mean I should leave the only home I ever had, does it? I never thought of it that way. But leaving Mom and Dad behind,
Odd Noble.
it's really hard.
Said. Well said
Even though
at
they're
RP.
dead, I don't want to abandon them. Yeah, you're right. I never thought of it that way. I'm sorry I yelled at everybody. I know you and Sarah are just trying to help. I'm going to go get my stuff and then I'll board your ship. Don't worry, I'll stay out of the way until we get, well, wherever we're going.
I need to go through your books. You, young lady, had some good books. And you have a comic book.
That poor girl. I hope we've made the right decision. I realize that, but there's still cause for concern. We're ripping Sona from the only home she's ever known and casting her back into society. It's going to be difficult for her to adjust to the changes. Wherever she ends up, just promise me we'll check on her from time to time, please. Thank you. Look,
Before we leave Sereno behind, I wanted to say one more thing to you. Perhaps at the overlook we passed on the way here. I promise it won't take long. Let's go.
All right, let's fight possible beasts. So you can say something sappy to me.
Jetpack damaged or something?
It didn't look like that big of a drop. Hold on. Let me, have a boom cherry. Was this where I wanted to talk to you? Is this the spot? No, this isn't the spot. Yes, it is the spot.
Look, before we head back to the ship, I wanted to tell you how much of an amazing gift this has been. You had to push me to come out here, and if I hadn't have listened to you, the universe would probably have never known about that little girl. It's been a long journey, and I'm glad it's over. You know, this is the second time I've been on this world, and until this very moment I never stopped to reflect at just how magnificent it was. Oh, look at this place. This is the reason I'm out here, exploring the stars. Worlds upon worlds, just waiting to have their beauty discovered. Shedding this burden of my past has finally allowed me to open my eyes, wider than they've ever been opened before. And it's all because of you. Still giving lessons to the teacher, eh? Some mentor I've turned out to be.
Well, I suppose it's time to bid goodbye to Sereno once again. This time under much happier circumstances. Now, let's head back to Coruscant. I want to give those tags you gathered to Grand Admiral Batch and figure out what we're going to do with Sona.
I think it's amazing that they have such an ability to sculpt bodies and faces, and they can't figure out how to make a smile. Where's the ship? Skyrim, Fallout,
Isn't the same as the real thing.
the new Oblivion, and this game. They have, Bethesda has consistently failed to make smiles.
An undocumented star station. It's like nothing I've ever seen before.
This is Gira Vin on the Starfield Oracle. We are experiencing anomalous information readings. Members of the crew have been compromised. Do not repeat. Not board.
That's not part of my mission.
This is Gira Vin on the Starfield Oracle. We are experiencing anomalous information readings. Members of the crew have been
Invat 3 Right Ice said. It's because Todd originally drew the game's plans with crayons RP, the team had a mountain to climb.
I don't think I want to board that star station. I think that's going to be a quest I don't have time for.
This is Gira Vin of the Starfield Oracle. We are expecting anomalous environmental readings. Members of the crew have been compromised. Do not repeat.
Odd Noble
Not bored.
said. Yes, Todd was in the chess club. LMAO.
Yes. Todd was definitely in the chess club.
This is Gira Vin of the Starfield Oracle.
I definitely feel like that star station
Well, you didn't put us in your plan, so we must be in the right place.
was a quest I could have done,
Alright, we're done. You're cleared to land at the Imperial Core.
but shouldn't have done.
I'm not backing down! You're square, you hear me? Look alive! Damn, that was the hyperdrive!
Let's go see the Admiral. And then we can go see Neva.
I'm gonna light you up.
I do love this map of Coruscant. The entire planet is a city. Even the oceans have been built over. They're still there. The oceans are still there. But there's a shell over them.
So, were you eating at the Sage Brook? Or is it just a quick snap from the Terra Brew?
That little sparkly bit, that's where the scanner is to see who I am. I don't get scanned coming into the city.
Odd Noble said. I wish this game had HK-47, that condescending assassin droid from Koteter that called everyone a meatbag LOL.
HK-47 would be awesome. They have some close to BD-04s. There are some BD units that we see walking around, and the mast or the Constellation robot is clearly an Imperial redesignated robot. Now I have to try to remember what floor I went to earlier. Because I guarantee you it's still not marked. Central Command.
Odd Noble said. He was so well written, lol. What an epic character.
Well, no. He wasn't just well written. It was Alan Tudyk.
We can't ever forget the sacrifices made for the Galactic Empire. We owe such a great debt to so many. Welcome back. Did you find your answers?
And we did it for the child that was marooned there. A child, born from 2 of the crew, that survived the crash. After her parents died, that poor girl spent years surviving on that hostile world, alone. We abandoned her, Admiral.
Odd Noble
Let her down.
said.
I'm sorry.
Indeed.
I had no idea. How could we have possibly
I'll
known?
tell you what. Every time I hear Tudyk's voice, I pay attention. Because that man can act.
Sona. Is that her name? She must be a remarkable young woman.
She's extraordinary, Admiral. And I'm afraid the United Colonies let her down.
You're absolutely
Odd
right,
Noble
Sarah. We did
said,
let her down.
LOL.
One thing that I can assure you is that the names of these men and women will never be forgotten. I'll see to it personally.
Thank you, Admiral.
Good luck to both of you. It's been an honor.
Once we're done here, we should have a little talk with Sona. Poor thing's waiting for us at the lodge.
I know where the lodge is. You call yourself a fucking soldier. I want your uniform. See, I could take a job at one of the corporations on Nar Shaddaa. That would give me access to all kinds of espionage. I would get so many uniforms. The thing is, I don't know if I should consider going through the Unity, which here it's not called the Unity. Here it's called the World Between the Worlds. The stim pack is actually the weakest healing thing I have right now.
You're out there a lot, right? Space. Just do us all a favor and never turn into one of those Neo-Crusaders. Scum of the galaxy. Robbing, stealing, killing. Even the Shadow Collective don't trust it.
Do you know what I do for a living? Where am I? I'm going this way.
I wonder if any discovery reports have come in while we were away.
No, I am looking for the young girl. I don't care about discovery reports. Get out of my way.
I guess we need to talk. There you are. I was wondering when you'd come and say hi to me.
Hello, Sona. I see you found your way to the lodge without any trouble.
Yeah, it was kind of hard though. All these people around. Never seen so many people in my entire life. They sure won't. They have to catch me first.
It's true. You're one of the toughest people I've ever met. So, what do you think? Do you like it here, Sona?
At the lodge? Yeah, this place is huge. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. You must be like a bazillionaire, Sarah.
Oh, don't I wish? This place isn't mine alone. It belongs to everyone who's a part of Constellation. And I think it should belong to you too, Sona. I want you to stay here and make this your home.
Whoa. Does that mean I get to go exploring with both of you? Or wait, do I get my own ship?
Exactly. And don't worry. At the rate you're growing, it won't be long until you're grav jumping to unexplored star systems on your own ship.
I understand. Oh, and don't worry, I learn real fast. So you better get ready to have another member of Constellation signing on for missions.
I can't wait.
Well, anyway, thanks for letting me stay here. I promise I won't let either of you down.
I'm sure that you won't. Well, I think we should let Sona get settled. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to visit the Colony War Memorial now. I want to pay my final respects.
I think that's fitting. I did take a shortcut. I'm now in the residential district, I believe. That's Sarah on her way. It's going to take a minute for her to get here. She has to follow the road. I spent a lot of time in Columbus, Georgia, the city in which Fort Benning is located. And I routinely visited the War Memorial on Fort Benning. A lot of my friends are memorialized there. And over the years, before I left Fort Benning, a lot more names were added. It was difficult to go to rededication ceremonies. But it was a duty for me. Because my friends deserve it. My brothers in arms deserve it. Those rededications are performative. The hardest thing I did, though, was respond to requests from families to attend funerals. Where many of them literally only received dog tags as remains. Where are you at, Sarah? Oh, you're coming down the sky ramp. Okay. She definitely took the long way here. And the saddest thing for me were the times when I was unable to attend those funerals because I simply could not afford to go. They were friends, they were people I knew and I loved dearly, but I couldn't go. It is not easy for military members to allow their fallen comrades to meet their families for the final time. Alone. And most military families know that. I have no idea where she is. She is below me. She's above me. If I don't meet with her, she may never meet with me again. I have no idea where she is going. I don't think she knows where she's going.
Got something important to discuss. Look at this. All these people. Their entire lives distilled down to names on a memorial.
We're nowhere near the
Close
memorial.
I came to being reduced to just a name. You're probably right. That's why I keep you around. To hold my head above water and give me a swift kick in the arse once in a while. And I care about you too. There's obviously some kind of a connection between us that I think we need to discuss. Just let me have another moment here, and then we can head over to the waterfall, so we can talk in private. Okay, I'm ready. Let's go.
All right. She just mentioned the waterfall. Now we can go to the tram station. Wherever the fuck that is. We'll go to the spaceport. There's an elevator around the corner from Terror Brew. Remember the elevator that we came out of at Terror Brew? That we could go down into the Undercity? It also goes up. To the waterfall. To a place where Sarah...
When things at the lodge are too much, I love coming to this spot to just sort of, I don't know, melt away for a while.
feels a special connection.
It's lovely here, isn't it? I've been from one end of the settled systems to the other. But this place, this exact spot, there's nowhere else like it in the galaxy. I knew you'd appreciate it. I usually come up here to mull over some of the heated debates we have at Constellation. You'd be surprised how many decisions I've made on this very spot. That's actually why I asked you to meet me up here. I was hoping we could talk about something very important. I know you are. Just give me a moment. I have a lot I need to say. It's about my return to Sereno. What we learned about Sona has been constantly replaying in my mind. Maybe it sounds crazy, but that young girl's isolation feels like a reflection of my own life. Maybe. But for how long? I've spent my life surrounded by all sorts of people. Constellation, the Navigator Corps. Hell, even the UC military. Despite that, no matter how hard I've tried to make them a part of my life, they tend to drift away and disappear. Are you sure? For all we know, it's in my nature to keep people at arm's length. Or worse, push them away. Finding someone like that would be wonderful. Wait a second. What exactly are you saying? Sorry, I just need a moment to gather my thoughts.
You have
I know you
3
have a serious
times
relationship.
acknowledged that.
You want to become close. So, if you're willing to take that leap of faith with someone like me, then I'm ready to do the same. You're something truly special. You know that? You've helped me conquer my self-doubt, my confidence, hell, everything. For the first time in my life, I feel complete. And with you by my side, I'm convinced that feeling will last forever.
But by the way,
The best thing that's happened to me in my life.
I'm a complete
I love
slut.
you.
I'm also
Always.
in love with Andreja. I didn't mention that in this conversation, but you know that, right? Cheer up. You'll find him. Or her. What's our next target? No, I am not going back to that star station. We have to go back to the key. Because we are pirates, after all. Our first step is going to be go back to the ship, and I'm going to trade out Andreja for Sarah, because let's face it, who's better in a fight? And I love them both. And like I said, I'm kind of a slut. I love them both. So long as they don't care. What's the difference? I'm gonna get on the boat. I'm gonna see Andreja. I'm gonna ask her if she's ready to travel.
How may I serve?
There's something I need to talk to you about.
You are needy
I
as
received
fuck.
a message from my mother a few days ago. She's
Oh,
returned
God.
from another one of her sightseeing cruises. Oh, of course. I'm sorry. We never discussed this, did we? The thing is, my mother and I don't talk very much. We're not estranged or anything of the sort. We're just far apart. I'm sorry if I've dredged up painful memories. To be honest, I envy some of the freedom you experienced. Living on your own.
Hey.
No parents trying to control your life.
My parents sold me at a young age.
Oh, I'm certain they felt they were doing the right thing. You see, both of my parents were diplomats working under the flag of the UC Administrative Division. After I completed my basic education,
No,
signed
they
me up
worked under
for
the
1 year
flag
apprenticeship
of the
in their
Republic
department.
because
Without
you were a
bothering to
Republic officer before you were an Empire officer.
I was young, and I didn't know better. For my apprenticeship, I was sent to Sidonia. My job consisted of drafting political policies and arbitrating trade disputes. The silver lining of the job was that it allowed me to spend time exploring every square inch of Mars. I was swallowed by it. Months before the apprenticeship ended, I dumped my diplomatic certification and joined the UC Navy. Of course, my parents didn't approve. We had a huge argument that resulted in all ties being severed between us. Well, that wasn't the worst of it. You see, my father was killed during the opening shots of the Colony War. I returned to
Ouch.
Jemison for the funeral and reunited with my mother. After that, we vowed to stay in touch.
The question is, what side was your father on?
It's fine. I'm fine. I promise. No matter how difficult my life's been, it doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that you're here with me right now. Listen, I'm going to be completely upfront with you. All this talk of family, it makes me wonder where our own relationship stands. You mean that? You'd do that? For me? I've been dreaming about this moment and still... I don't know what to say.
Well, you know, I'm a Twi'lek. I can have multiple partners.
Yes, yes, of course. Yes. I just need a little time to think about the ceremony. I have some thoughts about how we should move forward. You know, I used to dream about finding the love of my life. And here you are. All I ever needed was you, right here beside me.
Did you need something? What did you need? I'm at your side.
Good luck, Andreja. If the concept of luck is something that you believe in, of course.
Luck will not be necessary, but thank you just the same.
That's okay. I trust Andreja without the luck. Because she got them muscles.
We have
She will break you.
apogee kick complete. Orbit steady.
Gotta finish things quick. The grav dries down.
Oh, they want to finish things quick. Why would I be going to the lock? The key is where I'm going. It won't set course. Sometimes you just have to massage the system a little bit.
Another perfect jump. Just like you planned.
Airlock integrity looks good.
I still want to find out where all the evidence
Appreciate that you may have
is.
business here. I would simply ask that you conclude it quickly.
There's more evidence here than I've already found.
You want to kick back? Avoid the last Nova. Bog's in a funk that'll kill any.
Next time you see Bog, tell him to lighten up.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gail Dunnigan of GNN, and this is Cantina Talk. My guest tonight is one of the most notorious criminals in the galaxy. His ruthlessness and desire for wealth has landed him squarely at the top of the wanted list for the ISB, the rebel agents, and many others in the galaxy. I am, of course, speaking of the self-appointed leader of the Shadow Collective himself, Jasper
Shadow
Cricks.
Collective.
Good evening, Mr. Cricks.
So that's going to be after the Crimson Dawn.
Accepting my invitation.
Yes. Well, Being blindfolded and then hyperspace jumped to what appears to be an abandoned Imperial facility isn't exactly what I'd call an invitation.
Well, I'm sure you're not surprised that your request for an interview would come with some very specific conditions.
Frankly, I was a bit surprised to receive any type of response at all. Would you mind telling me why you decided to do this interview?
Because there comes a time in every pirate's life where they have to make an extremely important decision.
Let's see if it continues after the door. I think it will.
It is almost impressive that the Crimson Fleet has managed to maintain this
Become
pace.
one of the most legendary pirates in history? Or do they simply sputter on, subsisting on freighters and deep space privateers?
So are we to assume that you're taking the leap? That Jasper Crix is moving on to bigger and better things in his life?
That's spot on, Gale. That's exactly why you're here.
Interesting. Well then, would you mind sharing with us exactly what your particular leap entails?
In due time. There's no rush. In fact, I'd say we have at least 12 hours before the Imperials trace this broadcast. Plenty of time to discuss whatever you like.
Oh, all right then. Perhaps the best place to start this interview would be at the beginning of your career.
Please, proceed.
Okay. So that was an interesting piece of evidence, if I do say so myself. I'll be right back.
You don't steal from your own. Not unless you want the whole station on your ass.
We call UCC staff sharks, but to the fleet, they're just bait. Estelle's a drinker.
We may not have official security on the key, but we're always looking out for traitors.
I'm just saying, we have that in common.
Don't even start.
Alright, folks, I am back. Alright, it looks like, according to my notes, the bunks area of the key,
00 core.
Jazz's
Said,
area of
WB
the key.
still here in the background.
Oh, thank you, Zero. And the command center of the key are the three areas that we get evidence from. I only saw one evidence that I picked up on the key. The warden's office, unlock. I didn't see any evidence there. I'm assuming I turned that in already, though. Because I turned in something from the lock. I'm assuming that was something I turned in. Then there's something... There's a comm spike near the doctor's office. Comm spike near the doctor's office. This is a note that doesn't specify anything in game. So let's list these again. The bunk area of the key, Jazz's area of the key, the command center of the key. Command center of the key I think I've already got. The warden's office unlock, I've either gotten it or it's off limits to me. So what we're looking for now is either the bunk area of the key, Jazz's area of the key, and maybe the doctor's office comm spike. So now I'm looking for somebody for Jazz's area. Who's Jazz? Who is Jazz? I feel like Jazz is the shipbuilder. Indeed. Somewhere out here there's evidence.
If you want to stay under the radar, I've got just the thing.
Could be in her computer. It's not. Look for the evidence.
Either are safe. Depends on how you want to die. Do you want your heart to stop from continuous voltage, or freak out and then stop?
Which one has freaking out?
AC.
So when I electrocute someone, best to use that. Got it.
Should be
As long as you put the collective first, we won't have any problems.
in her office a slate. I don't see a slate on her desk. You see a slate in here? Wait, there it is.
Hey, Champ. I'm including this month's list of parts I need for the key. Don't bust a gut. It's hefty, but I know you can handle it. I'm gonna need a lot more than usual this time. I'm planning to overhaul the entire electrical system before it completely shorts out. Oh, yeah.
Oh, hold me.
Keys reactor specs. I know exactly why I needed those. Gar said to keep it hush-hush. As far as next month's shipment,
We've had unusual winds in the valley here.
they're looking kind of rusty.
And
I guess that's it for now. I'll have my people in Coruscant drop off the payment at the
the allergens have been very bad in the Las Vegas Valley here.
parts to the Shadow Collective.
I'm very sorry about that.
Last week, I got jumped by a bounty hunter. I see a flash of light, and he drops in right behind me. By the time I realized what happened, he got me on a missile lock. I was dead to rights. What did you do? The only thing I could. I put everything into my engines and rammed my ship right into their cannons. That's a good story. A real good story. I just liked it better when Neighbor told it. You know,
Okay.
who called me a liar? I cut off their tongue and glued it to a boss. Oh yeah? Did you do that?
The next thing we need to do,
Have Sabina do the surgery and take all the credit.
we need to go find the bunks. Where are the bunks? That's the Nova. I'm fucking stupid. I saw it said Nova right before I hit the button. Unfortunately, my thumb was already in the action of hitting the button.
Fleet is not to be trusted, no matter your relationship with them.
All right. Let's see if there's another smuggling mission. I don't want Bounty Hunters Guild. I'll smuggle spice to Lothal. And I'm looking for the bunks.
Last rook who smiled at me funny, I sewed his mouth shut. Now he laughs the same way he eats.
The bunks area.
It is an honor to dedicate my existence to serving the Crimson Fleet.
Let's see what we have
so
now.
I am told.
The bunks area is what I'm looking for. Not the shops.
You want to survive? My gear may not be blaster proof, but it's damn near close.
I want the bunks area. That's the clinic. Where the fuck is the bunks?
You looking to start something? Because I'll finish it.
Shut the fuck up, you. This looks like the bunks area. There's got to be a bunk with a barbell in it. Could be upstairs, could be downstairs. I don't know. The bunks area that has a barbell just laying around is going to have the piece of evidence I'm looking for. It's nice that I have a visual cue.
I heard Iswa's sister is some hardcore mercenary. I wouldn't get on her bad side.
Alright, there's a barbell. Evidence.
Say that again. You think I'm home?
Stop playing games. We both know your real name is Leonel Soto, and you know why I'm here.
Who are you? Collective, Transdocian, and independent?
I've spent 2 long years.
Transdocian.
Every credit I had looking for you.
Why do they keep saying Transdocian?
Before I pulled the
There must be some mistake. I honestly don't know who you are.
Of course you don't know who I am. You're never concerned with the death you leave in your wake, in your pursuit of greed. You killed my husband, you son of a bitch! And now I'm going to kill you!
Such a terrible shame. All that time and money she wasted. Ah, well. Better get rid of the body.
Alright, Bradley Jasso, who I just saw somewhere else in the station, killed some woman who came here, joined the collective, just to kill him.
Let me just ask you one final question before we wrap up.
Fine. Go ahead.
When is enough going to be enough? How many credits does Jasper Criggs need until he's satisfied?
I should have expected you to ask such a stupid
Odd
question.
Noble
How the hell
said,
could you ever understand?
I'm back.
You with your fancy
Welcome back.
Up some dinner.
sheltered upbringing,
Been running on
media
coffee.
job. Me, I came from nothing.
I run on coffee and stupid decisions, Odd.
There's no need to get personal. I'm simply trying to state the facts so that our listeners can make judgments of their own.
Lady, I got news for you. Half of your listeners think I'm a hero. The other half are scared out of their goddamn minds, and they should be.
Perhaps we should talk about something else.
No, that's it. We're done. Can you guys get her the hell out of here? Make sure she takes all this sound equipment with her.
Well, that's it then.
Odd Noble
Thank you for your...
said,
Actually,
LOL.
before you go, Gail, there's one more thing I would like to say.
Yes, of course. What is it?
When you broadcast this interview on GNN, I want you to remember that I'll be listening. If you...
Your buddy Rokoff is aboard the Key. Told me everything that happened.
Yeah, he won't shut up about you. Keeps going on and on. Now I remember why we kicked his ass out of the collective. Yeah? That'd be a first.
All right, Neva, you've made your point. Well, since you're vouching for Rokoff, I guess we can give him another chance. All right, now that's out of the way. We can move on to the matter at hand.
See, I got Rokoff back into
Speaking of which, let me see that
the organization we're going to cut down.
Banking Clan archives. So the Banking Clan transport went down over Bannock 4. Bannock, why does that sound familiar? Naeva.
Yeah. Keep your panties on. I'm looking it up. And I... got it. Bannock 4. Let's see. Damn it. Bannock 4 is an EM-class gas giant. We can't even get a ship near the thing without frying every circuit aboard.
Approaching that in... well, in any ship would be suicide.
Yeah, Rook. Just like every other time we've gone on this worthless treasure hunt.
Both of you shut up and think for a second. I'm sure Crix hit the same roadblock. All we need to do is figure out how he got around it.
This sounds like a goddamn waste of time to me.
That's the spirit room. That's the essence of the Shadow Collective that's been slipping away lately. Neva, the Banking Clan data says the transport had a CBR-27 transponder. Can we track that kind of thing, pinpoint its exact location?
That transponder is Imperial grade. We're talking ultra-bit encryption, constantly reshuffling frequencies. We don't have shit like that laying around. But before you get that pissy look on your face, I heard that the Empire's been working on a ship signal decryption system called the ComSpike. We grab that little beauty and we'll be able to track anything you want.
All right, here's the plan, so shut up and listen. Rook, I want you and Neva to put your heads together and get us that ComSpike. I don't care if it's mounted at the top of Imperial Center. I want it. In the meantime, I'm going to find out more about this EM-class gas giant problem, and I think I know just who to ask.
Give me a little time to crunch the numbers on the ComSpike with Jazz, and I'll point us in the right direction.
We do or we die. That's the way Crix did things, and that's the way we should have been doing it for years. It's as simple as that.
I promise. You going to write that in your diary, little girl?
All right. That's enough. We're in arm's reach of Mandalore's legacy, and I...
Half the time they call me him, half the time they call me her.
All right. Let's get this over with. Follow me.
For the record, my character is a Twi'lek female.
Odd Noble said, "If I keep eating donuts in the morning, I'm going to become a gas giant."
I already have become a gas giant. No, it's not that bad of a way to go.
Hit up the mission boards at the core.
Between the donuts and the beer, it really evens out. What the fuck did you do to that work table?
You need it? All right. Let's get right to it. Did you get the Terrace Savior Award? Or am I going to be very disappointed?
Odd Noble said,
Well,
"LOL
look at
mirror
that.
ball."
You followed my directions, and now you're going to end up with some credits in your pocket. Of course, it would have been more money if you hadn't blabbed about the damn thing to Rokov. But that's on you. Anyway, here's your cash. Keep this up, and I might even start respecting you. All right, Collective. We've all got work to do, so let's get to it.
Hey, you know what? Rokov belongs with us. So fuck you. And I still haven't killed anybody this time. This time. My mouth to God's ears.
Box grog is fine if you like cheap.
Always a satisfying moment to return to your ship.
It is. Especially with you, my dear.
What is it? Indeed I do. All yours.
I love you.
Very good.
I am in the mood for a mocha.
Store all of these things that have mass. Except the original Dantu Town Charter, which they forced me to carry around with me. The Smuggler's Vow. My pockets are empty.
Clamps released.
And unfortunately, yep, I have to look on my star map to find my destination. Not because the game can't tell I'm looking at the point instead of the planet in front of me.
Said, BRB. Gonna say hello in Otto's stream.
Tell Otto I said hello too. It didn't take me to my designated place. Thank you very much.
Well, you didn't put us into a planet, so we must be in the right place.
Had I been a lesser pilot, I might have hit that ship.
Nice clean dock, Captain.
Awesome. I now know I have the evidence necessary.
00 Core said, the way she said nice clean dock was almost like she heard you Rob LOL.
I agree, Zero.
Okay, hello.
So I heard there was a bit of excitement on the Siren of the Stars. Your handiwork, I assume?
We told you we'd be keeping tabs on you. So, did you get information for us or not?
Yes, and I heard there were no casualties. Excellent work.
Except for the Transdoshan hit squad that you took down at the archives. We've taken care of that mess, by the way.
Speaking of which, I assume you copied the information from the banking clan's computers? Let me see what you got. So the legacy went down at Bannock 4. Bannock 4. Why does that sound familiar, Doctor?
Bannock 4 is an EM-class gas giant, sir. There isn't a ship in the Collective that could safely get near that type of world.
It sounds like you admire that lunatic. I think his gospel's gone straight to your head. Maybe we made a mistake choosing you for this assignment.
That's enough, Lieutenant. Even if Gar has an immediate solution to the EM problem, there's still the matter of tracing the Legacy's transponder signal. They have information about the comm spike? Damn it.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that device, sir.
No, you shouldn't be familiar with it. It's a highly classified project. It's an advanced signal decryption and tracking device that the Imperial Navy's been working on for years. How the hell did the Shadow Collective find out about that?
There must be an information leak somewhere, sir. It's the only thing that makes sense. I'll see what I can find out.
Fine. This is what we're going to do. You keep playing along and go after the comm spike. Lieutenant Toft and I will see what we can find out about Bannock 4. Perfect. Just stick with the plan, and we'll see who gets to Mandalore's legacy first.
I think I just ate an entire clove and a half of garlic.
Early reports say your mission on the Siren was a success. I'm sure the commander is pleased.
This mission? What can I do for you? Well done. Let's see what you found. Are you kidding me? Dombrowski was already making a 6-figure salary, and yet he couldn't resist starting an embezzlement scheme. It makes me sick. It's gonna be an absolute pleasure to throw his butt in prison. Any other fragments? Yeah, you're right. But there's no way this was a solo job. Shifting all those parts takes serious manpower. I'll send this to Mast so they can shake the tree a bit, see what falls out. Looks like Durand better start looking for parts somewhere else. Anything else? So, Mr. Yasso is actually Lionel Soto. We thought Soto was dead. At least, that's what the records told us. I'll have the records updated. But seeing as Mr. Jaso has surrounded himself with the Shadow Collective, there isn't much we can do. Yet. That it? All right. Keep up the good work. I know as much as you do. I wasn't briefed on this particular device. But if the Collective want to trace the Legacy's transponder signal, they'll need something beyond the decryption tech we have currently. If such a device exists, it's likely being developed by the Empire. You're not gonna let this go, are you? Why do you care so much about my past? You're right, I did. I suppose I'm hesitating because I'm not sure you'll like what I have to say. Would it shock you to learn that I spent some time in prison? I suppose that makes me a hypocrite. That's fair. Well, okay. Where do I start? I grew up in the Undercity on Coruscant. Parents made barely enough money to keep the lights on in our apartment. After I dropped out of school, they begged for me to look for work. But I realized it was a lot easier to simply take whatever I wanted instead. A year after that, I'm a career criminal with the Galactic Empire breathing down my neck and my parents kicking me out of the house. That's just it, though. I was having the time of my life. Earning way more than I needed to simply get by, and loving every minute of it. Back then, if you would have told me one day I'd be wearing an Imperial uniform, I'd have said you were out of your mind. Very funny. And not even relatively close. Let's just say the years after my time in the Undercity were filled with highs and lows. Look, the point is that I felt you deserved to know a bit about my past. To know where my anger towards the Collective comes from. All I'm hoping is that it will motivate you to stay on the right path. Well, I think you've had enough for now. You get the point. Let's get back to it before Keyboy writes us a citation for loitering.
I like Toft.
That information is classified, so even what I do know, I can't divulge. Now, I realize as part of this mission, you'll probably end up finding out anyway, but that's besides the point. For the sake of your cover, it's best you work with whatever information the Collective gives you. Let me know if you need anything else.
Yes? Mm-hmm.
She never wants to talk to me. Except for when she wants to talk to me.
Said. Am I hearing things, or did she say before cute boy writes us a citation?
QA. Not cute boy. QA.
Any adventure you can fly away from. Is that how the saying goes?
If you want help, I'm here. So, what's new with you
00
today?
core. Said. Oh, okay,
I thought you would
lol.
never ask. Here. We should get a drink sometime.
Great.
People are saying.
Andrasia gives me money. Sarah gives me sedatives.
If I had not mentioned it, I have another package.
I think she's an abusive girlfriend.
You were due for. The contents, they're what we agreed. Yes, Vladimir and I agreed on what should be included. That's all fine then. Do let me know if you get a response. That is highly unlikely, but if it happens, I will be sure and tell you.
Oh, no. Not that mission.
00 core. Said. Sounds like Sarah leans towards the dark side. Mwahahahahahaha.
Navigational feedback checks out. We're
You
in
have
the right
entered
place.
Imperial space. Maintain course and prepare to be scanned.
Where's Dantun? Set course.
Deadly force is authorized.
Smooth jump. Nice work.
Quick scan for contraband and you can be on your way. All right, you're good. Welcome to Dance Week. Give up! This is pathetic. That's the mistake you'll ever make. Won't be enough left for salvage when I'm done. We've lost the grab drive.
We've lost grab jump.
I'm trying not to destroy Imperial ships.
This is so...
We have an 84% chance of successfully completing this jump.
All green on release. We're free to fly.
%84%. It is ridiculously hard for them to detect contraband.
Don't you just love
You're entering Imperial space. Maintain course and prepare to be scanned. And we're done. Feel free to land.
This is why I love this game and I hate this game. Literally, it is random. 84% of the time, I pass that check.
landing site launch. Take us in.
We did it. It's offloaded.
All thrusters firing.
I didn't need to hand deliver it. This wasn't a two guys meeting on a street corner, fist bump, elbow. No. I've gotten her all I'm gonna get her. I got her the best evidence I'm gonna get her. If there's more evidence, it's not up on the key. There might be some on Mars. All right, here on Geonosis. We can go look. We have to go look manually, but we have to find it manually. Well, if Taris is here, Taris is...
Lunnies said, "Morning, everyone."
Good morning, Lunas. Taris is in that... Geonosis. We're gonna land at Geonosis.
00 Core said, "Hello, Lunnies."
We're gonna land at the main extractor site. How are you doing today, Linus?
I always wondered what it would be like to see these famed red devils in combat.
The Red Devils of Mars? Or in this case of Geonosis? All right, we've made it through the loading screen. To another loading screen. I'll tell you, Bethesda tries my patience.
Found a clutch of heat leeches. Breeding.
Just can't stay away, huh?
Evidence.
Sit down, have a drink. So, smooth jump into the terrace system. Galactic Empire hassle you.
Cut the crap, Adler, and let's make this quick. There's only so long I can stand the stink of miner sweat and stale spotchka.
Okay, okay. Take it easy. Here's the collective's kickback, just like I promised.
What is this bullshit? This is half of what you promised.
No reason to get upset, sweetie. The Empire around Geonosis has been cracking down, and it's tough to get the Sinar marks to play ball. That means I'm spending big on bribes, covering lost shipments. This isn't exactly like running a pharmacy out here, you know.
Two things, Adler. And I'm going to make this simple enough so even a total imbecile like yourself can understand. One, I don't give a damn about your excuses. You owe us the agreed amount, on time, every month. And two, you call me sweetie, ever again. And I'll shove my knife so far up your ass that people will mistake you for a mudhorn.
Okay. Sorry, Neva. I'll make it work. Here's the rest.
That's more like it. I'll see you in a month.
Howdy.
Excuse me?
Hi there, friend.
If you're hiring, I could really use the work. Payloads. I can optimize your ship's carrying capacity and allow you to carry more cargo.
Enhance offers many services such as tummy tucks and rhinoplasty. I'd rather do that than just pass through or your mistakes.
The payload specialist is a 1-star.
People always ask me what I think about mining. It rocks.
If you need a little, touch up, I'm happy to help.
Been in the Vanguard a long time. The faces change, but bad guys are still bad guys, you know. Yeah, have at it. About 15 years. I joined up after my friend was hijacked and had a load of cargo stolen by some spacers while he was headed to Sidonia. I'd always kind of felt compelled to serve the UC, but my friend getting hit was the last straw.
See how his
turned out to be the perfect job.
Weapons and EM are 2-star?
Better for the average citizen.
They're not great, but I gave him a job because I didn't want him wasting his life in a bar.
You're as tough as any Vanguard I've ever met. You handle the ecliptic like a real pro. Maybe you should give the entrance exam a shot sometime. Not an issue. My daughter lives in the Sol system with her mom. I don't see her much, though. Kind of a sore spot. I wouldn't exactly call myself Dad of the Year. I was real young when she was born, and her mom and I could never make it work. Plus, with my job taking me to space all the time, well, you get the idea. I wasn't as involved as I should have been, and I've been kicking myself for it for years. She is an amazing young woman.
I think you can hear a lot about what Bethesda thinks of dads.
Yeah? I've been thinking about it. I just hope it isn't too late, you know. She's all grown up now. I don't know if it'd make a difference. You think? It'd make a big difference for me, that's for sure. Even if she never forgives me, I don't want her to think I gave up on her. I settled on sending her a message after we talked it through, but I'm still figuring out what to say. Nothing I've come up with feels good enough. An old orbiting research station near Saturn. I was there investigating some strange grav signals, but I found a lot more than I bargained for. Turns out some local pirates had been using the station as a hideout. They blew the whole damn place to space dust trying to chase me out of there. I'm glad you took it off my hands. Damn thing wasn't worth a fraction of the trouble it cost. Whatever you need it for, keep me out of it. Safe travels.
Gotta give him a job. He's only a 2-star on EM and marksmanship. But look at how he spends his time if you don't give him a job. And look at how enthusiastic he is on the ship if you give him a job. 100% difference, isn't it? Employ that man. Now, the difference is ND5 is equally unimpressive in skills, but he doesn't turn into a drunk if you don't hire him. Barrett doesn't turn into a drunk if you don't hire him. Get to work, my man.
Hey, careful around the equipment. Don't want to lose an arm or something.
There's nothing like seeing old Sol coming through the big window in the morning.
Pardon. I'm looking to join a crew. Any openings?
Your skills aren't good enough. It's like this guy.
Do you have room for one more on your crew?
Yeah, sorry, your skills aren't good enough.
Thought we'd struck oil, but it turns out it was just another.
I haven't had a day off in 3 years, and I wrote the damn time off policy. It's the divorce.
While I may technically work in HR...
Hello there. Do I know you? Ah, I see. Well, I'm Leona Hawks, Deimos Star Yard's corporate liaison. Anyone who deals with our office likely deals with me at some point. I suppose I'll be seeing you around. I coordinate between Deimos Corporate and the other operations, such as the Star Yard itself, and the mining operations here on Sidonia. Deimos Star Yards Corporation is a complex entity, given that the different divisions have different goals and priorities. My job
That makes
is to make
sense.
sure those are all in alignment. We've been contracted with the UC for decades to provide military-focused crafts for the entire fleet. It makes sense that they trust us, as Deimos is the oldest standing ship manufacturer in the settled systems.
That makes
They
sense
were
too.
responsible for some of the major advancements in grav drive technology since the early days of its existence, so our legacy is strong.
Have a good day. If no one else is gonna say it, I will. I'm ready to get out of here and go to the Spear.
Many people think psychology is only good for treating past emotional trauma. But
Yes,
it's a great way to prevent
another
it in
long
the first
day.
place.
I'm just saying I'm done. Going to the Spear.
They
Anyone else
just
coming with?
they just want to go get drunk.
We have the tech to instantly jump across the universe.
I think we've done everything we need to do here. And I've just been killing time. Actually, I can go do burden of proof because I did pick up some evidence here.
Careful near the railings on the upper levels.
That'll be a turn-in that's worth a few experience. And who knows, maybe that few experience will be worth enough to push us to the next level.
I find the interior of this comforting.
People are saying the constellation.
We now have our next leg.
Engines firing. Here
We are starting to drop some frames, which I sort of expected this part in the stream. We've been live for
looks peaceful.
several hours.
We lost the engine!
The engine's behind you.
I got this! You can't win this!
Your grav jumps are as majestic as a banner.
If you notice, my grav jumps are very quick. Suddenly.
00 core.
It's
said,
because
well, I'm not seeing any issues so far myself. It's going pretty smooth so far.
I've only dropped about 400 frames, but I'm noticing it in my accumulated stream data. And that kind of makes sense. I've been streaming for roughly 9 hours at this point. It kind of makes sense.
Excuse me.
This mission is going to require discretion. The commander appreciates the sacrifice you've made, going undercover. Nice work. Let me take a look. Interesting. Looks like he's been meeting up regularly with Neva Mora to transfer goods and cash from Geonosis. Which means the Shadow Collectives just lost one of their drop points. That should set them back a bit. Any other fragments? Okay, fine. I know there's more out there, so keep on it. I'll be here if you have any more questions.
I was hoping she would tell me more about her personal past. I like Toft. I feel like Toft is one of those people who you should have been able to recruit out of the Navy into your crew.
We've detached. Let's get out of here.
All right. I wanted it to give me some information that it's not giving me. Let's go meet Jazz and Neva on the quay.
Zero Core said. 9 hours. I'm surprised you haven't called it a night yet.
I'm about to. It's not gonna let me. We know where we have to go. It just didn't want to let me go there with any of the shortcuts.
Navigational feedback checks out. We're in the right place.
We'll go meet Neva and find out what she's going to say to us and That'll probably be the end of the night. Notice we became pirates tonight without hurting anybody. Good deal. I'm also gonna look to see if there's another smuggling deal. Smuggle to Dantooine. I will start off the next stream with a smuggle to Dantooine.
Yeah?
It's a good reward and low risk.
According to the latest, the comm spike is being developed at Imperial Star Station SY-920. Location, undisclosed.
Fantastic. So how do we disclose it?
We could lean on your smuggling contact. Call in that favor. You know who I mean.
Our friend on Coruscant. Nice one, Jazz. I'll make the arrangements. All right, Rook. Next stop, Coruscant. Your connection is Huandayu. She's got most of the premium Imperial smuggling routes locked down tight. If you don't piss her off, she should be able to sneak you past SY-920 security.
Just remember to count your fingers after you shake hands with her.
She would be wise to do the same.
I sure hope so, because she might be our only crack at finding a decent decryption device. Once Huan gets you past the stormtroopers, it's going to be on you to locate the comm spike. According to the data we have, it's in the prototype phase, meaning there should only be a single device aboard the station.
Basically, you break it, you bought it.
Interesting. Well, don't take any chances.
Nave is right. Just grab everything labeled comm spike that isn't nailed down.
Oh, and one more thing. SY-920 is an Imperial military installation. That means it's guarded by heavily armed troops, and we both know those idiots don't mess around. If you intend to turn the place into a shooting gallery, you might want to be sure you're hauling an arsenal, because you're going to need it. Are you kidding? The ISB's already painted giant red crosshairs on our backs. Kibwe and his pals at the ISB won't rest until we're dead. It's not like you can make them any angrier at us, right? Shoot the place full of holes if you want. Just bring back that comm spike. Perfect. That's what I like to hear. Okay, so I'm gonna arrange a meeting with Juan at Kay's place in the Undercity. In the meantime,
Just wanted to
I'll
make sure I knew that I could start shooting.
Electromagnetic atmosphere problem at Bannock 4.
Okay, you'll make sure. More like, get drunk while Jazz does all the hard work. Typical.
Privileges of rank, my darling. We'll discuss it a little later. And you, get the hell out of here, and don't come back without that comm spike in your cargo bay. The Shadow Collective made contact with her about a year ago. We were searching for a smuggling connection in Imperial space, and her name kept popping up repeatedly, so I decided to put her to the test. Not only did she pass, but the results were off the charts. Made us both a ton of credits. That was good enough for me. Beyond
So
that,
she's dirty as fuck.
But hey, as long as she keeps my banking clan account humming, she can keep all the secrets she wants. I'm going to leave that up to you, Rook. If you get into deep trouble, and you think bringing her into the fold is going to make the difference, tell her whatever you want. At some point, Gar is going to be promising everyone their cut of Mandalore's legacy. If we want them to stick with the Collective, it's inevitable. But until the money's within reach, the less people that know, the better. Good luck.
Ship services? You need it, I've got it. Assuming the technology works?
It's a skeleton key for signal encryption. If what they say is true, ratchet encryption, signal protocol, frequency shuffling, even quantum state keys can be hacked. Now, I
Quantum
doubt it
state
is all that,
keys.
but it should be enough to crack
No
the CBR-27
way.
transponder that the intergalactic banking clan installed on the Legacy. Neva's mine, so don't be getting any ideas. She may be a little rough around the edges, but she's just looking out for her own. There's no one better to have your back. No, but just remember, I don't work for free. Sure. Let me punch that up, and we can have at it.
All right. Just for symmetry, I want to make sure that I have... All right, I do have symmetrical shielded cargo holds. And this is the part where I'm going to say, let me get in a better light. I said, let me get in a better light. I'm really good at getting not in a better light. That's a better light. I'm going to say thank you, everybody, for coming out today. And supporting me for the up to 9 hours that we have been out here
You've got to be kidding me. I just paid him
in
back the credit I owed him.
Star Wars
I
Genesis.
just shanked him and been done with it.
I hope everybody has had a good time in the adventures of Jinvira. I certainly enjoy bringing it to you. I'll be back tomorrow night with Phasmophobia, with Alhoon Gaming,
Invest 3 right eye.
Draco Invictus,
Said,
and Fainter.
Thank you for the stream, RP.
Until then,
Core.
take
Said,
care, everybody.
Have a great night.
Check
Rob.
in
Have a
on
great
friends
night,
and
everyone.
family. Make sure everybody's doing okay. I'm Rob. Thanks for gaming with RP.